Hi, chat. Good evening. Yeah, I don't know why it gave me two screens again. I was fighting that for a minute here. Are we having another fight about echoes and landscaping? No. I'm just like I don't know why it did that. That's been a little upsetting. Like I didn't ask for that, and yet it's like I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm like, but I don't want it, and they're like, I don't care. It's like, but why? Why? So no, we're not doing that. We are I think we're all set now. I was just a little concerned, but we got to figure it out, chat. We got to figure it out. But anyways, we're on to day 4 of the Connor Grubb murder trial. Depending on how this goes tonight, we might be into locals or not here. We'll see how that's going here. So we are we finished the 13th. Yes, we're on to day 4. Did I miss? I feel like I missed something here. Hold on here. Did I miss something? Okay, let me. Six days ago would have been the 18th. Okay. No, so that's not today. All right. I was just like the channel threw me a curveball on like the way it organizes shit. Like, here's how you have to look at it. Like, here's my issue, chat, when you're looking at this thing. And I was like, wait, I thought I had this all in order. And I'm pretty sure I did. But this is how they put it up on screen. And this is how they do it. This is how they do the Connor Grubb stuff. It's just broken down like that. And if you go back to their homepage, they have Seth Staten, the expert, pop up already on his own like that. You're like, wait, how did that work? So you're trying to weave your way through all this. They don't do it all in the way that makes sense. So anyways, we're on day number 4. And we are now, I think this is to where we are because we finished up the 13th and now we're on to the 14th. And this is the Friday. And notice I come into here and it's going to tell me I have to refresh to get. It's so weird that I have to refresh to get the playback speed. I think that's YouTube's way of discouraging people from doing it. So, who knows? Anyways, we're gonna pick up here and let's get going.
There's a little maze you have to come around here. I should put yellow.
Remember, this is going to be a prosecution witness now.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. In a loud, clear voice, can you please tell us your first and last name, spelling both for the record?
Jeremy Bauer, Jeremy Bauer.
What is your profession?
I am a forensic injury biomechanist and accident reconstructionist.
I think you're going to have to explain that to us as you go along.
I will.
He's not ARCA material, chat, so I don't care.
Yes.
And can you take us through the qualifications?
Can I call you Jer Bear? He'd be like, no.
Yes. Do you want me to display what's on?
Dr. Bauer, have you prepared a PowerPoint to go along with some video input to help your testimony today?
I have it. Yes, it would.
And try to make a switch over, please. Do you need to be in slide mode or is this okay?
This is great.
Okay. So I asked you about your education. If you could share that with us.
Yes, I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in 1997 from Boise State University in the field of physical education with an emphasis in biomechanics.
Wow.
I then went to Oregon State University where I earned a master's degree that was completed in 2001. And then I stayed at Oregon State University where I completed a PhD, and both of those in the fields of human performance with a focus on the field of biomechanics.
So can you tell us what is biomechanics?
Yeah. So biomechanics is essentially the study of human movement and the forces that cause the movement. Sometimes people will hear the word kinesiology, but it's essentially looking at kinematics, so studying the motion of humans, and kinetics, the forces that cause those motions and the forces that act on the body.
What are some of the tools that you use to do those studies?
Yeah, so to study human motion, we essentially have to record human motion. So you use pictures, video cameras, motion capture systems. So there's a lot of overlap in actually the development of motion capture technology that's used in movies was developed in biomechanics labs studying human motion. On top of that, we'll typically use then the tools that have been developed basically from the development of physics and engineering principles to use those motions of the human body to be able to calculate then forces. So we look at arms, hands, other limbs, just like structures on a bridge or cranes. So it's basically applying physics and engineering principles to a biological system.
So does that mean that you have physics and engineering background in your studies?
Yes.
Are you certified in anything?
Yes. So I have several different certifications. This line of work in consulting in forensic reconstructions requires certification, doesn't require certification, but it certainly helps to be able to have proficiencies in, for one, I'm a certified drone pilot, so be able to document large aerial scenes. I use drones. I'm a certified forensic photographer through the International Association for Identification. I'm an accredited accident reconstructionist through.
Wait, hold on. I gotta
ACTAR,
rewind that. Hold on,
Accreditation
chat. One
Commission for
second.
Traffic Accident Reconstruction. And then I have a CXLT certification, which is that I'm certified to evaluate the kind of friction and slipperiness properties.
Wait. Hold on. What was that? He said he's a. Hold on here.
Pilot, so be able to document large aerial scenes. I use drones. I'm a certified forensic photographer through the International Association for Identification.
The International Association for Identification. I love that one. You go, yup, that's him. Yup, I can identify that. Like I said, guys, these certifications and these associations are all part of. These are all self-accreditation things. This is meant to boost his resume, make him look credible. The International Association for Identification. They're lying to you and they're fucking with you and they're not even hiding it, guys. Yes. The National Association of Dildo Testers. Yes. I'm an expert now. Yes. You could probably get accredited by them if you pay enough money.
I'm an accredited accident reconstructionist through ACTAR, which stands for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
We already know that one, buddy. Boring.
And then I have a CXLT certification, which is that I'm certified to evaluate the kind of friction and slipperiness properties of walkways. So I have a lot of cases that involve.
Also known, I'm pretty sure you call it the coefficient of friction. All you science types out there.
Slip and falls, trip and falls, feet interacting with the ground.
In your field, do you have any professional affiliations?
Yeah, quite a lot of professional affiliations. One is the International Society of Biomechanics. Another is ACTAR, which I had just mentioned, the Society of Automotive Engineers. I'm a member of. I'm on 5 different committees through the ASTM, which is an organization that basically helps develop standard practices for various fields to follow.
What does ASTM stand for?
It stands for the American Society for Testing Materials. So 5 of those committees are listed up here. One on forensic sciences, one in forensic engineering, one that focuses on pedestrian walkway safety, one that looks at consumer products. So
crosswalk.
Anything that, as far as my field relates, playground safety equipment, things that people interact with. And then exoskeletons and exosuits, which has a subset of human factors and ergonomics. Then I'm also a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and member of the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International, or LEVA. I'm an active member of the Washington Association of Technical Accident Investigators.
Okay, now that one's we're International Association of Filming shit. Like the International Body Cam Association. Once again, guys, this is all fucking garbage of the highest order. Like, listen to this shit. And this guy's like, he's all very serious about it. Yes. It's like, motherfucker.
Investigators. And I mentioned briefly the International Association for Identification.
You told us about your education and your certifications. Can you just take us through your experience?
Yeah, so when I was working when I was working on my master's degree at Oregon State University, I started working for a consulting firm that focused solely in forensic injury biomechanics called Hayes and Associates. That was in December of 1999 when I started working in forensics. And we started with cases at looking why someone's orthopedic implants fail, but also shooting incident reconstructions in car crashes. And slip, trip, and fall dynamics. And as part of that process, when we're looking at cases where people are slipping and tripping and falling or driving and getting involved in crashes, involves visibility analysis. So what can someone see before something happens, and then specifically using video-based analyses to help understand that. On top of that, I've published literature from the research that I have performed with other colleagues in the peer-reviewed journals, presented at major conferences. Over these last 25 years, I've testified both in state and federal court, and I've been retained quite routinely on both sides, so to speak, the plaintiff and defense sides, working in cases that are both criminal cases and civil cases.
You said you've testified in both states and federal courts. Which states have you testified in?
Testified in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, California, Delaware, Illinois, here in Ohio. That's all I can recall as far as trial testimony goes.
And then federal courts you mentioned. Which courts have those been?
I don't recall specifically. I know Oregon. Actually, I'm not sure which ones were federal and state.
In this case, you have actually been retained by the state of Ohio. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you provided with materials to review in your analysis in this case?
Yes.
With respect to the areas that you told us are your background, can you explain a little bit more? First of all, what would be ballistics or shooting reconstruction?
Yeah, that's anything looking at an incident that involves a shooting or some sort of projectile that's involved.
And then fall dynamics, what would that be?
Yeah, so that's looking specifically at how people fall. So whether it's a trip and fall or being pushed off of something or just sliding off of something. So anything that has to do with people falling and the impact forces associated.
In the cases that you said you've testified in, were you allowed to express opinions and conclusions based on your education, training, and experience in the fields of biomechanics and human performance?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that Dr. Bauer be permitted to express his opinions and conclusions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in the fields of human performance, biomechanics.
Okay.
So, Dr. Bauer, when you were retained for this case, were there tasks that you were assigned or requested to do?
Yes.
And can you share with us what that would be?
Yeah, so there's, and with any reconstruction or any case or any research question or research project, there are certain mysteries or questions that people want answered. And in this case, specifically the questions that I had sought to answer based on what I had learned about the case and the materials I received are what we see up on the screen here. Would you like me to read those?
Yes.
Yeah, so the first question that I was asked to answer was Officer Grubb directly in the path of the Lexus when the vehicle was pulling out of the parking space? Second question, was Officer Grubb in the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal shot struck the Kayar Ms. Young? The third question, was Officer Grubb in a spot where he could watch for hints about any potential movement of the Lexus? Fourth question, were Officer Grubb's actions that were observed in video leading up to the shooting and after firing the shot consistent with Officer Grubb anticipating the movement of that vehicle? And then the final question was, how did Officer Grubb sustain the wounds documented after the incident?
Did you receive materials in order to address those questions?
I did.
Did those materials include video?
Yes.
Did you ultimately author a report with respect to the questions that you just went through with us?
I did.
And then I think you also issued a supplemental report in this case.
Yes.
In conjunction with your original report, did you also provide electronically any video that you had synchronized?
I did.
And if you're using video today throughout your testimony, would it be from that video that was provided along with the report?
Yes.
In order to address the questions that you just went through with us, are there different types of evidence that you need to examine?
Yes, there are.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, typically there's two general types of evidence. There's objective evidence, and that's typically evidence that's based on facts that can be verified through observation, measurement, and reliable sources. So that includes video. So it's something we can't really argue with. It's video or photographs or physical measurements that were taken or crash data that have been downloaded from a car. And then there's a secondary source of evidence, which is considered subjective evidence. So that's evidence that's more influenced by someone's experiences or their personal feelings or their independent recollection of an incident, but can't be independently verified. And so that can consist of statements or sworn testimony.
Did you receive, in this case, a statement of Officer Grubb as part of what you would call subjective evidence?
I did.
And do you have examples of subjective evidence that you did review in this case?
I do. Yeah, so again, oftentimes when answering these questions using the objective evidence, the purpose is to always, of course, evaluate the subjective evidence. So what does someone recall happening, and basically comparing the subjective evidence and the subjective recollection to what we know we can verify through the objective means. So some of those sort of testable subjective evidence examples from Officer Grubb's statement are included on this slide. The first one, where he wrote, I tried to move to my right, parentheses east, to avoid being struck, but the front bumper of the car hit my legs/shins. When it hit me, I leaned forward and placed my left hand on the hood of the car to brace myself in an effort to not fall to the ground and be run over. A second sentence or second quote, suddenly my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car, and my body was being carried by the car as she continued accelerating. It was at that moment that I fired one round through the windshield.
And did both of those separate statements come from the same type of statement of Connor Grubb that you were provided?
Yes.
With respect to the objective evidence, is that video in this case primarily?
Yes,
And in this case, did you obtain different types of video to analyze?
I did.
And can you take us through what video you were provided with in order to do your analysis?
Yeah, I was provided with actually more than 4 different sources of video, but there were 4 sources of video that recorded or partially recorded the incident. And there were 2 forms of 2 sources from body-worn camera footage. So Officer Grubb and Officer Moynihan both were wearing and recording from body-worn cameras. And then there was security camera footage from the Kroger store. In particular, there was a parking lot directed camera and another camera that was near the RX walk-up, so near the pharmacy area.
Did you also receive, as part of the materials, photographs that had been taken on August 24th, 2023 of Officer Connor Grubb,
Yes,
and also photographs for Sergeant Moynihan?
yes,
Did you use those photographs in the analysis you'll be talking about today?
I did.
If you could go through them, on the screen right now is some of the video that you've listed. So tell us, I don't know if you can make that any bigger.
I can make it bigger. We can step through the larger examples here.
Okay. So what are you telling us here with this slide, Dr. Bauer?
So here I'm just pointing out a couple of key features. So this is one still frame from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage. And it's always important in these things that when we're using video evidence, we know where the camera is. So I've identified the location where his camera would have been mounted, so below his eyes and on the left side of his chest. And so, what you see in the camera is not always necessarily what he's going to see with his eyes. So that's always an important distinction here. But from his body-worn camera footage, we do get to see quite a lot of information. We can see his hand, his left hand right now on the hood. This particular slide is actually the moment that the bullet defect shows up in the windshield. So you can see that in the upper right-hand corner over here. And then we can also, from the camera footage, see clearly inside the vehicle. So we can see Miss Young, we can see her hands. And then here's a still frame from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera. Same thing, so he actually has a camera mount on a different location, so he's a little lower on the right. But then this is, again, just to show that he could partially see Officer Grubb toward the front of the vehicle. Then we get, first just show you where the cameras from the Kroger store are located.
And for the record, I believe this is the State's Exhibit 36. Have you added then the labels and arrows to this photograph?
Yes.
So can you explain what you've noted in the photo?
Yes, I've noted the parking space where the Lexus had been parked at the time of the incident or just before the incident. I pointed out the final rest position of the Lexus. But importantly for what we're talking about right now, I've just annotated the location of those security cameras. So the parking lot camera that we're going to look at some footage is located just above the front entrance. And then the RX walk-up is located closer to the pharmacy area there.
When you were reviewing the video from the Kroger, the parking lot video, and the RX walk-up video, were you able to locate Officer Grubb within those 2 different views?
Yes.
And the same question for Sergeant Eric Moynihan.
Yes.
If you could show us then from the video some things that you had noted, and would this be what has been called the parking lot video?
Yes.
So that's just a title. Do these videos from Kroger have file names?
Yes.
And are they, in your experience, from that Bosch system?
Yes.
So when you were analyzing the video from both the Kroger parking lot and RX walk-up, throughout your report, did you note which video that you were referring to?
Yes.
And although we don't call it by whatever the Bosch extension is, we can talk about it using parking lot versus RX walk-up. I think that would be easier. Okay.
Sounds great.
So which view is this, Dr. Bauer?
Yeah, so I'll jump back up. This is the view from the parking lot, the camera labeled parking lot, which is located near the front entrance. So we're looking sort of at and we'll watch the video, but we're looking at the back of the Lexus. We can see Officer Grubb to our right and Sergeant Moynihan to the left, and they're both obscured partially by the Lexus from this standpoint. And then this is a screenshot from the RX walk-up camera. So now we're looking, and they're smaller. So we're looking at Officer Grubb, and we can see Sergeant Moynihan. And here we actually get a full view of Officer Grubb, and we can see the front end of the Lexus. And we see a couple other features here, including a child pushing a shopping cart through the parking lot, and then another car that's approaching here.
With respect to this video analysis, what questions were you addressing as you reviewed these 4 types of videos?
Yeah, so the first kind of round of questions that we can answer just by looking at the videos here was the first one. Was Officer Grubb directly in the path of the Lexus when the vehicle was pulling out of the parking space? And so when we just look at the objective evidence of the video, if someone is standing in the front of a vehicle that's moving forward and to the right, was he in that path? And the answer is yes, he's in that path. The second question, was Officer Grubb in the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal shot struck Takaya? And upon reviewing the video, and we saw the one still shot of the moment that the defect was put in the windshield, the answer to this question is no, he was not in the path of the vehicle at the time he fired the gun and shot Ms. Young. With respect to this third question here, was Officer Grubb in a spot where he could watch for hints about any potential movement of the Lexus? And that answer is yes. And we noted from, or I pointed out from the first still shot we saw from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage that he can see inside the vehicle, and he can see Ms. Young's hands when they're above the steering wheel or at the sides of the steering wheel.
I'm going to check at this point in time. I'm ready to coach. You may.
To specifically Officer Connor Grubb's body-worn camera, when you were saying what could be seen, are you referring to what Officer Grubb's body-worn camera was recording?
Yes,
And then you did note, to be fair, at the beginning that it was mounted lower on his chest and his eye line.
correct.
Did you also then have the type statement of Officer Connor Grubb to clarify in his words what his visual aspect of seeing into that car would have been?
Yes.
And what was that?
I have that, actually had that quote on one of my slides, and he had written that my backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car. My target was the suspect's center of mass. I only fired one shot because I was no longer on the hood of the car. But the statement indicated that his backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car, and his target was her center of mass, implying that he could see her center of mass and inside the car.
If you could go to a slide where you can see inside the car and see Takaya. Is this from the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb?
Yes.
And can you see Takaya Young
Yes.
in that photo?
Yes.
So in addressing the three questions that you shared with us, was it necessary for you, or did you decide to synchronize the 4 videos that you were provided with?
Yes, I did, and it was.
Take us through how you do that.
Yeah, essentially, you look through all the different video sources. We first typically use specialized software for
Okay, guys, this is all bullshit at this point. I hope you all understand. All bullshit. But let's keep going.
forensic video analysis. I use a software package called Axon Investigate. It basically lets you take the most raw form of the video and step frame by frame very carefully. A lot of video players these days will do some sort of smoothing or some kind of compression to make it feel pleasant to get the raw source. You then basically watch the videos and look for common events. So that could be a foot strike, a heel strike. So right when someone's taking a step with their right foot, the moment you see that hit the ground in one field of view or one camera, if you can see it in another camera, then you can line those moments up in time on a timeline in video editing software. Or you can note the frame number and then basically put them side by side at that moment. So you do that with all the sources of video that you can, and then put them all in a timeline so that you can look at them all together. And this footage here had many examples of foot strikes that are easily matchable. Actually, the body-worn camera footage, we could see the lights on in the patrol vehicle. So when you see a light flash, that's a nice short burst item to be able to line up with.
Let me ask you about this frame-to-frame that you're using on the Axon Investigate. If I'm playing on VLC and I'm hitting the E key or the space bar, is that frame by frame?
I think the E key does go frame by frame. With Axon, the great thing is you can also step backward, but you can't do that with VLC player.
When I'm just using a common video tool on my Surface Pro, is it going to give me the frame number?
No.
Okay. And is that one of the advantages of using this Axon Investigate?
Yes.
So if you can show us then how you were able to synchronize the 4 videos.
Yeah, so I've got up here, I'm going to hopefully we'll see if there's much lag to it as it goes through the system here, but I've got the 4 videos up on the screen here on the upper left-hand corner. Actually, let me just go forward a bit here. We have Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage up here. We have Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage on the right, upper right. On the left, we have a cropped-in version of the RX walk-up camera footage. Sorry, that was on the left, lower left. And on the bottom right, we have a kind of cropped-in version of the parking lot camera footage.
When you say cropped in, what does that mean?
Basically, instead of showing the full frame, or focusing in on the events of interest for this case.
Now, does this segment of the 4 synchronized videos help address the questions you just shared with us?
Yes.
And is there any way to dim any of the lights around?
Yes. Big.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Does that help, Dr. Bauer?
That is beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard. Okay, so can you show us how these 4 synchronized videos helped you address the questions you just shared with us?
Yeah. And so first and foremost,
think
it's
so.
overwhelming to have so much information in our sightlines with
I mean, this guy just seems like he's so full of shit, and he's gonna say, I don't understand how he's gonna say that Connor Grubb had the ability to get out of the way.
videos trying to play at once. So one of the really key things to remember when doing any video analysis, even as we're watching it here in the courtroom, is that we have to look at it for a while and look at it over and over and over again to recognize patterns. It's very similar to video review or instant replay that referees need to do in football games. So you need to watch it over and over again, over and over, to look for patterns. So for that first question of whether Officer Grubb was in front of the vehicle, in the path of the vehicle when it first started moving. So I want you to focus first on his body-worn camera footage in the upper right here. So this gives us the vantage point. I'm going to just come over here. That shows us he's standing in front of the car. His body-worn camera is on his left chest, but we see the headlight for the Lexus on the bottom right here. So he's in front of the right side of the car here. If I then come over and I'm going to try to zoom in here. You can see my cursor. I'm circling where Officer Grubb is. You can actually see the headlight on the right here. You see the headlight on the left, and we see him standing right in front of the vehicle before it starts to move. So very clear video objective evidence that he's standing in front of the vehicle before it starts to move. And actually we see a little bit of movement. We actually see him stepping toward the vehicle. Let's see how laggy this is. See him step toward the vehicle before it even starts moving.
This is fucking nonsense.
And then as it's moving, he is in front of it. So that's that first question. Oops, that's very large. Pop that back down. So that answers that first question. We can see it, test it with the video evidence. The second question then was Officer Grubb in the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal struck Takaya.
Yes, Phil. Yes, the net code is the cause of the lag. Phil, the net code's coming from inside the house. Save yourself. Run. Run, Phil. Run. When does he get to the engineering? I don't know. I've been very bored out this so far. So, yes, is the next... That's great, Blade. Yes, chat. Blade 2.0, when you need a blade, but it needs to be even sharper. Blade 2.0. Yes, sir, you happen to be expert at identifying. Can you identify the guilty man in this room? That's what I thought. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he is a hired gun for the state, yes. He's a fucking wackadoodle. EDW for $5 says, rip Erica. I guess. She's still here, I think. Jersey saying, I hated my forensic engineering professor. I see a trend. Yeah, we couldn't get aperture. Yes. Yes, he said VLC players can't step back to frames, which isn't true. VLC is a very good platform to use. I think it's 100% very good. So, Erica's dead. Oh no, what did you guys do? He lacks the quiet dignity of Shannon Burgess. Well, Shannon Burgess goes, I made a fax machine out of my sister's VCR. Okay, well. All right. So anyways, let's keep going. Here, chat.
We know there's only one shot fired in this. So when we look back at the video footage, the best video evidence showing when that shot was struck, we actually see it in Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage here. So I'm going to zoom into this. I'm going to drag our slider. Actually, come over. So here. So now we see the bullet hole in the window, the bullet defect. And if we come zoom out, and now we go down to our synchronized video source, and we zoom in to Officer Grubb's position, we can now see both headlights to the left of him, and he's no longer in the path of the field of the vehicle when that shot was fired. So that is question 2 here.
Really, that's
to the third question, and when you are specifically talking about
that's like a fraction of a fucking second. God, they are fucking desperate if this is what they're doing. This is pathetic.
this, can you distinguish about what's caught up on the body-worn camera, and if then you're also using the typed statement in conjunction with it?
I mean, Jesus.
Sorry, yes, again.
Well, I just want to make sure when you're talking about the question about whether or not Officer Grubb would have had a clear view of Takaya turning the steering wheel to the right.
Yeah, but I'm going to object to the phrase of the question. He can answer what he observed, not what Officer Grubb observed.
I'll sustain it. So
So when we're addressing this question, Dr. Bauer, can you distinguish as to what you observed when watching Officer Connor Grubb's video, and if you take into account his typed statement when watching that video?
Yes. So that, as we just talked about, the video evidence shows that Officer Grubb placed himself in front of the driver's side of the Takaya's vehicle and was in front of that vehicle when it started moving both times. We haven't seen it, and I should maybe play that. But in his body-worn camera footage, it captured the motions of Takaya actively. Well, first, we see the turn signal turn on, so we know that there was an indicator that was activated, and then we see her actively turning the steering wheel inside the car on that body-worn camera footage. Oh, should we watch that? Yeah, I'm going to pull that up really quick. Let me just step ahead here. So this is, get this out of the way. Okay, so I'm just going to back up here and focus on the inside of the vehicle here. So looking at the steering wheel. So right now we see, I hope we can see it up there. It's a lot more contrast on the screen there. We see both hands. And then we step forward. Now hand is on the steering wheel. Left hand went down to her left side. I'm actually going to come over here just a little bit. See, this right hand is moving down on the steering wheel. And we see on the lower left that the turn signal all of a sudden is activated. So we know that there was some activation at that moment of the right turn signal. And at the same time, keep watching the steering wheel. We see the steering wheel being turned and turned and turned and turned. So there's a clear opportunity. So the camera captured, and I see it, and we can see it here. Takaya turning the steering wheel and cranking the tires to the right in this body camera footage.
And did you seeing that on Officer Grubb's video tie into the statement that you shared with us earlier from the
This
typed
is
statement of
pathetic.
Officer Connor Grubb?
This
Yes.
is the
And
best they
what was that
got.
tie-in?
Yes, just that he stated that the backdrop was the inside of the vehicle and her center of mass, that he was able to identify her and her center of mass. So the fact that captured on his body camera footage, which is right here, which is lower, and your eyes would have a higher vantage point, would imply that in his field of view.
Objection.
sustain.
Move the strike, Your Honor.
I don't believe you fully answered it at this time. You can't testify as to what he saw. You can testify as to what you observed on the videotape.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Yeah, so the video clearly shows her activating the steering wheel and turning the wheel
Is
to
there
the
a
right.
question, Your Honor? We have a question and answer situation.
Ask the next question.
Your Honor, I believe he was finishing the last question.
The last question was stricken because it was a
It
statement.
was sustained, so but you can ask another question. Mr. Collins, ask another question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. In reframing this, what is observable when you watch the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb?
Objection. Answer.
Overruled. You can answer.
And sorry, would you ask that again?
Let's just move on. Okay. With respect to these events that you're noting from observing Officer Connor Grubb's body-worn camera as well as the other body-worn camera, the Kroger videos, are you able to set up any kind of timing?
Yes,
And is the timing of events part of your analysis in this case?
yes.
And why was that important for you to do?
Yeah, it's important when looking at questions that involve human performance. So whether there's anticipation involved, whether it's someone responding to a hazard, that we focus on timing because that involves the cognitive aspect of things. So not just mechanics of moving and forces acting on the body, but also the process that a person goes through when they're evaluating an environment, detecting a potential hazard, identifying what that potential hazard may be, deciding what to do about it, and then actually doing something about it. So that depends on the time frame.
And with respect to those issues, and specifically you brought up anticipation, is that something that is part of your education, your training, and your experience?
Yes.
Can you share with us in what way?
Yeah, in human performance, in a lot of colleges, we mostly get exposed to it from a sports biomechanics standpoint. So looking at how do you know where an opponent in a tennis match is going to hit that next ball. When you look at the timing of those events, sometimes it's faster than most people could react if they had no knowledge. But instead, what you do is and what athletes do is they study the motion that they're watching just before that tennis player hits the ball. So to get some indication of where that ball is going to go. The same thing happens with baseball players. How do you know with this, as short a time as it takes for a ball to get from the mound to home plate, what other visual cues can the batter use, because it happens so fast, to know that that's going to be something that they should potentially swing at? Football players all the time. How does a defender cover a wide receiver? They look at the body motions of the wide receiver and try to anticipate their next move based on a cue that they're going to see beforehand. So it's a very, very broad application in sports specifically to be able to look at motion cues from somebody and anticipate what they're going to do next.
And you have training to do that?
Yes, through my academic background.
Your Honor, objection, may we approach?
May?
Chat, you heard him. He can pick up on social cues. He's autistic. Now, guys, if you're wondering what was going on there, you heard the static, the white noise stuff. The court reporter had a set of headphones she was wearing. That way she could be right up here and hear everything and type as it happens. So that's why she was wearing headphones.
Dr. Bauer, you were telling us examples of human performance and anticipation. I think when we went to sidebar, based upon your education, your experience, were you watching anything in the 4 videos based on your experience to look for signs of anticipation, of movement of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
Make the record known.
You may.
At this point in time, this witness has no police.
Just a sidebar outside of the presence of the jury. If you were in your presence, do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence.
We're
It is
like,
your duty not to form or express an
uh-oh. This is not good. This is not good.
opinion on the case.
Oh, so I think they decided to take a break. Maybe they're going to explain to the doctor what to say or not to say instead of keep objecting. Like, I think they're probably going to go through it then. Let's see here.
Or
I have a feeling that's what that was about. It's like, instead of screwing around, we'll just refocus his questions that way. Guy Vermectin's been a member for 7 months, says, Sean, happy Thanksgiving, chat. Hello. Hello. Hello to our favorite pro cop blogger. Yes, the most pro cop YouTuber. Even more pro cop than angry cops. Yes. The Asmongold of prosecution.
if we could then go to the video analysis that you performed, where you detail what you observed Officer Grubb's movements to be on August 24th, 2023.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that video. Okay. So this is video footage from the 2 security cameras that were located at Kroger. So on the right-hand side, we've done is cropped in and focused on the area that was where the incident occurred from the parking lot camera, and on the left is from the RX prescription walk-up camera. And so my observations of the video here and the timing of the incident, again, always with video events, we've got 2 videos to look at, but we'll focus on one first. And we'll just look over at the right-hand side here. Again, we see Officer Grubb standing in front of the vehicle. We see Sergeant Moynihan on the driver's side of the vehicle. We actually see a brake light activated on the vehicle. I'm just going to step forward here. And at this point here, so I've seen no vehicle movement whatsoever, but at this point in time, we see Officer Grubb drawing his firearm. So I'm just stepping back and forth so we can see this. So now as he's drawing the firearm, I observed the car does a little lurch or moves forward slightly. At the same time that vehicle is doing that lurch, we actually see Officer Grubb step forward with his left foot and reach out with his left hand. So keep watching the back and forth. The car starts and then it stops. So starts and then it stops. And we see the same thing now if we focus, get a little lower resolution on this side here. I'm going to step backward, step forward. We see him step forward and put his hand on the hood. And this is at the same time that the steering wheel is being turned. And we can tell from this video that the steering wheel is being turned is if we look at here's the rim on the right front tire. And if I step forward, you can actually see that disappear. So we're just seeing the black from the tire. So we can actually see the tire rotating at the same time that we see, same time that I see Officer Grubb step forward and reach his hand to the hood. So again, here's a much more zoomed in version here so we can see it. So we see the car has not moved. We see Officer Grubb draw his weapon. And as soon as, at the same time that vehicle starts to lurch forward, we see him actually step forward and reach out to the hood with his vehicle, with his hand. So then from this point, we continue to step forward. The car then begins to move again and continuously. And at the time that it starts to move again, after he's put his hand on the hood, we see a change in his body. So he's more upright, holding the firearm to his right with his left hand on the hood. As the vehicle starts to move forward, we see him rotate slightly and crouch down, bending at the waist. So we'll just watch this a couple times just to go back. So this is the second time that the vehicle has moved, right here. Keep stepping. You move back and forth, just again staring at the right. I'm going to zoom in here so we can see it. We'll actually see some upward and downward movement, some bobbing movement of Mr. Grubb. You have to watch this a few times to see it. It's right there, there. So we see this bobbing movement, and that's consistent with the movement that we can see more clearly from behind of Officer Grubb actually taking steps, so walking. So as that vehicle is moving for the second time here in this continuous motion, we actually see him taking steps to the left, so sort of shuffle steps to his left, keeping pace with the vehicle as it's performing this maneuver, right up until the time at this point here, when the shot is fired. So let me back up again. So again, we see that he steps forward, and now he's actively stepping to his left. And I know this is an active step, so I'm going to point out something here. So mouse is a little laggy. So here's his left leg, and left foot is down here. So notice in these 3 frames that we're looking at here, that foot doesn't move. That demonstrates that the foot has some force on it, the ground, that's preventing it from sliding around. And this happens multiple times. So here now we're going to see another step, and here now it's planted on the ground. So that left foot is on the ground, and we can see it's stationary in these frames. We can also tell it's stationary because we can see the car moving behind his leg, or sort of coming out from behind his leg as we're viewing it here. So we're starting to see that right headlight come to view, but without this left foot moving. And then at this point, and I'll show this other view here, we actually see in Officer Grubb's left arm a moment where he extends up or pushes up off of the hood, and this is happening at the same time that that shot happens. And it's easier to see that in this footage here. So if I back up, it is pixelated, but the more you look at it, the more you see. We can see here's his upper arm and then his forearm. And we'll see that change angle significantly here. So and this is that same point. So if you watch his upper body move upright, we see his arm straighten. So that indicates that there's a push-off happening, a push-off up, and that's at the same time that the shot is fired. So through the whole sequence now, if we watch each camera footage here. So before the car moves, he draws his firearm, steps forward at the same moment that we see the vehicle start to move forward, and then it stops. And then it moves forward again while his hand is on the hood. We see this now more of a bending over, kind of ready position, and then essentially Officer Grubb stepping and keeping pace with the vehicle.
What Officer Grubb, he's claiming Officer Grubb is doing at that point.
Overruled as that question.
And then we can see from this frame that right after the shot's fired, he's on the driver's side of the vehicle. And same back to this view. And again, it's very pixelated, low resolution, but certainly good enough resolution and for us to be able to identify his motions. So again, steps forward, puts his hand on the hood, and now we see active stepping, keeping pace with the vehicle. And this is that moment where he's pushing off with his left arm, firing that shot, and he's on the driver's side of the vehicle. And just a side note here that we also see Sergeant Moynihan keeping pace with the vehicle as it's coming around the corner.
With respect to your video analysis and what your observations were of Officer Grubb's movements, is there anything about the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb or Sergeant Moynihan that also ties into what you just pointed out in the Kroger, both views from the RX lockup as well as the parking lot?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing we know from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage is that we don't get to see both feet from Officer Grubb. We see his right foot at some point, and we see it not on the ground. But we know that happens with the shuffle steps that are observed in the RX camera footage. We also, I think I pointed out earlier that at the moment that the shot was fired, we see Officer Grubb to the driver's side of the vehicle because we can see both headlights in the RX prescription camera footage.
Now, I think yesterday was a travel day for you. Is that correct, Dr. Fowler?
Yes.
And you were coming from where?
Seattle, Washington.
So once you arrived, were you provided with any simulations that had been obtained yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your testimony today, had you reviewed the report of Dr. I think it's Desmoulin? I always said Desmoulin, but Desmoulin?
Yes, I did.
And when you originally would have gotten his report, did it include any simulations in it?
No.
Have you now seen simulations from Dr. Damos?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to take the simulations and then looking back at what you've just shown us with your observations of Officer Grubb's movement in the videos?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can share that with us.
Yeah, so this is the, I guess I wouldn't necessarily, from an engineering physics standpoint, call it a simulation. It's more of an animation, and there's a difference between those two.
What is the difference?
Simulation is based on mathematics and engineering principles, and typically based on data that you feed a program. For example, if we knew the speed of the car and the acceleration rate, you could plug that in and accurately represent that in the vehicle. Similarly, if the motion of a person was based on motion capture, so you've actually taken video of them, recorded it, and applied it to this person, that's based on real world data, versus an animation, which is something that is hand done, or sort of keyframe. So you move an arm in one frame and then move it 10 frames later, and it'll move from point to point.
So when you watch this animation, can you share with us your thoughts with respect to what Officer Grubb's visible movements to you were compared to this animation?
Yes. The motions that we all just observed in the RX prescription walk-up camera are not represented in the animation that was provided by Dr. Damelon.
And how are you able to say that?
Essentially watching them. And I've been an animator longer than I've been an expert witness, so I'm very familiar with how this software works in creating animations, and especially animations for forensic purposes. And just watching this, I think it'll be very clear to see. One of the key points that clue me into how this is not representative of the video footage is that if we focus on just the left foot here, it was very clear in the RX prescription video footage, objective evidence, that we see steps being taken with that left foot. In this animation, it's completely static, so no movement whatsoever. This doesn't represent the objective evidence, not even close. Maybe the hand placement, but that's it. It doesn't represent what we see in the video evidence.
With respect to the other aspect of the animation, you show us as well your disagreement with the animation versus the objective evidence of you watching the videos.
Yes, it's the same thing. We just see motions in the video footage that we don't see here. And I don't believe we're not seeing up to the point where the shot was fired, but we know that there are multiple steps being taken, keeping pace with the vehicle that are not represented in this animation.
So with respect then to your opinions and observations, conclusions after observing these videos, do you have a timeline that you can share with us as to when the vehicle is stationary, moves forward, stops, and goes from there?
I do.
Okay, can you share that with us?
I would have to pull up my report. I don't have a slide that
Well,
contains
let me go to the issue of, as the vehicle moves forward, you talked about the step forward, the steps to the right. So the timing of the situation, just in a sequence, can you take us through this? Where are you starting the sequence?
Yeah, the sequence starts with the first observation of, not first observation, but my first observation of seeing input put into the vehicle. So that's with the initiation of turning the steering wheel from the footage from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera.
And then what were your observations of Officer Grubb after that initial event?
Yeah, so then we see, and I think we all just saw this, is that as that steering wheel is being turned, we see Officer Grubb pull his firearm.
With respect to the vehicle itself, in your training and your experience, can you share with us an opinion as to whether or not a body can stop a vehicle?
Yes, I can share that, and the body certainly will not stop the vehicle.
And why is that?
The mass of a vehicle would, and this vehicle in particular has a curb weight of 3,600 pounds, will certainly overpower a 180, 200-pound human.
And in your training, your education, your experience on biomechanics, do you have an opinion as to whether or not shooting the driver of a vehicle would stop the vehicle?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
Yeah, if the vehicle is in motion and you shoot the driver or the operator of the vehicle, that vehicle will not stop unless some other force acts on it.
And that's a scientific opinion.
Yes.
Now, were you also asked to address how Officer Grubb sustained the wounds that were documented on him after the shooting incident?
Yes,
And again, did you use photographs and video to answer that question?
I did.
Can you show us what you used to answer that specific
So
question?
we'll make the same objection as we did in public.
I'll move your objection.
Well, let me ask you this. What about your specific background in biomechanics and human performance allows you to study this question and give us an answer?
Yeah. First of all, the field of biomechanics is the study of anatomy and physiology plus engineering and physics. So starting very early on, in college. And actually, well before that, in high school, I was a ski instructor and an inline skating instructor and a snowboard instructor. And you take basic first aid and you study wounds, wound types, how to heal, how to treat wounds. So my exposure to treating and observing and identifying wounds starts when I was 14 as a ski instructor, and then as an athletic trainer in high school. But in college, you get more exposure to anatomy and physiology, and specifically looking at injuries and looking at forces that cause injuries. And then in my 25 years in this work consulting in human injuries, I have unfortunately seen 100 plus autopsy photos with wounds that are described by forensic pathologists, from bullet wounds to edge wounds. So I have
Say descriptions.
Note your objection, but ask another question.
You were talking about your experience in college and what other experience you have in asking the question as to how wounds might have been caused.
Yeah, primarily from my academic background, and then looking at my 25 years in this field and investigating case after case after case, looking in the forensic pathology literature, looking at the peer-reviewed literature to understand what specific wounds are created with what specific mechanisms.
So did you observe in photographs that Officer Grubb had injuries to his arms?
Yes,
And did you look to any specific evidence to answer the question as to how those injuries would have been caused?
I did.
Can you share that with us?
Yes, I looked at, again, the objective video evidence in this case. I looked at the photographs first to identify the wounds that were being claimed, and I believe it was just the left arm, and then reviewed his body-worn camera footage, reviewed Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage, looking for the occasion where those wounds may have been created.
And so what are we seeing here? There are 5 images. Are the top 2 still images from a video?
Yes.
What do we see?
Yes, on the left, we see a screenshot from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage, and on the right, we see a screen capture from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage. And this is the moment that Officer Grubb breaks out the driver's side window, and we can see his arm going directly into broken glass. So this is a very clear case of what caused the injuries to his left arm, because we see this very portion of his arm and his left hand breaking through the glass.
So do you have an opinion in your training and experience to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the cause of the wounds
Objection, Your Honor.
Let her finish the question.
to Officer Grubb's arms and hands?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may.
I'm sorry. Would you like to?
If you want to approach.
I got a judge like, yeah, come on, approach, let's do this. So here we go. Here we go.
If you know the question.
I might need that question again. I'm sorry.
The question was, in your training experience, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the cause of the injuries to Officer Grubb's arms?
Yes,
And what is it?
it was at the moment that he broke out the driver's side window.
And moving on to injuries observable to the legs of Officer Connor Grubb, did you also examine video and photographs to answer the question of how those might have been caused?
I did.
And that was one of the questions that was posed to you.
Correct.
So show us what you looked at. We need to hook your screen back up to answer that question.
Yeah, I received photographs of Officer Grubb. We have on the terrible way to describe it. On the upper left, we have his right leg. On the upper right, we have the right knee and just below his right knee. On the lower left, we have his left leg. And on the lower right, we have a close-up version of his left kind of upper shin area. So if we look closer, and it's always in injury biomechanics, we always say that the injuries serve as a signature to the event that caused it. So the injury is a fingerprint as to what happened. And there are 2 different types of wounds to his right knee here that I'm going to zoom in on here. There's one, on close to his kneecap. And this is a laceration. So there's a skin tag. So it's a little skin flap where we see sort of a teardrop shape here, where it's open on the left side, and then it's connected where my mouse is going right now. So that indicates that something sharp
Objection.
cut it and hit it from, sorry.
I'll note your objection.
And basically, this is his right knee, so it comes from right to left to basically tear that section of skin.
Again, objection, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
So yeah, this is it. This sounds like this is an issue of ongoing objections and whatnot, chat. So, this is an ongoing issue here. So let's see what they're gonna do. Boop boop beep. It's like Formula One.
You were discussing this particular wound on the knee area.
Yeah, so I had just described my review and observations regarding this upper wound as being something that was cut and moving essentially from right to left. And then there's a lower wound just on the front of the tibia, so front of the top of the shin. And this is more consistent. This is a different type of wound. So this is more of a pressure friction type of abrasion wound. And we can actually see with the dry skin that's at the bottom here, that the skin was pushed from up here to down here. So it's basically if someone were to kneel and move forward, that's what's going to cause this type of on concrete or something that has some high texture or friction. So
Did you then compare these photographs with any objective evidence being in the video?
yes.
And what was that?
Yeah, there were two potential interactions with Officer Grubb's right knee and a surface in this matter. And the two were either the front bumper of the vehicle, the Lexus, or the repeated times that we see him kneeling while treating Ms. Young after the incident.
And did you also observe when watching the body cameras of Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Grubb a point where Officer Grubb fell to the ground near the Lexus?
Yes.
So with respect, you brought up the Lexus and the front of it. What information did you have to have an opinion as to whether or not the injuries that we observed in Connor Grubb came from the bumper of that Lexus or the front of the Lexus?
Yeah, we have photographs of the Lexus that were taken after the incident. And then I have the ability, like any accident reconstructionist, to just look at photos of an exemplar 2008 Lexus ES front bumper just to understand the anatomy of that bumper and determine if there's any feature of that bumper that could produce injuries that we're observing here on the knee.
So we talked about the right leg. Can you show us before we talk about the front of the Lexus, the left leg injuries that were observed in the photographs?
Yeah, so here's the left leg. So now we're looking just below
I think that's what they're getting
the knee
at,
here.
which makes no sense. Maddie, I think you're right. I think they're arguing he hurt himself, but in his confusion, he hurt himself, I guess is their argument. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a good argument here, but whatever. We'll deal with it.
Then we have two separate little punctate type abrasions. And again, this lower one here is more like a flap that is intact up here. This upper wound, we don't really get to see the details of it because of the blood here, but they're very small punctate, meaning more like little punctures, which would be consistent with, again, that falling in the area where the glass had been broken out.
And with respect to your examination of the front of the specific Lexus in this case and your knowledge of that make and model, is there anything on the front of that bumper area, the front of the Lexus, that in your opinion would be the cause of these injuries?
No.
And what are you basing that opinion on?
My review of photographs of this specific Lexus in this incident and in general of an exemplar 2008 Lexus ES.
Any cross-examination?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
So,
You guys are saying, well, what's a jury thinking here? I don't know what the hell a jury's thinking. This seems really fucking stupid to me. I just don't know where this goes. I don't know where this goes here. I don't know what this jury's thinking, Adam. Adama. And then BobTube says, for $2 doodly doos, says, is the jury all black? No, it's Franklin County is still predominantly white. And to be fair, mainly white people show up for jury duty. So this isn't a waste of time. And the jury's actually there's a couple black jurors. But thank you for the super chat.
so.
This should be really good. He should tear this guy's asshole open.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We met before, right, Dr. Bauer?
We did.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I just have a series of questions. Most of them are going to be conceptual, and I'd ask you to focus on the question, just answer the question if that's okay, right?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to clear up a couple things. You submitted your first report, I believe, in August of 2025, correct?
I believe so,
Do you
yes.
have a copy of your report there?
I could pull it up on my laptop. I don't have a paper copy.
Would you prefer a paper copy? I have one of you.
Yes, please.
I guess I should mark it for identification purposes only, correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
This will be X, and this X. And for the record, may I approach this?
Yeah.
I'm handing witness Dr. Bauer a copy. Just take a look at that, please. X. And you also submitted another report, and I'll call this Y. No, wait,
I think you've already used Y.
Your ST, W. This is a copy of the November 11th report, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So-
Got it.
And basically they're the same.
You wanted to get me a copy of that?
No, that's right. They're the same, correct? You prepared the report based on the prosecutor's engagement, correct? On August.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you mean by they're the same.
I'll get there. When were you retained, sir?
Oh, I don't recall specifically.
You believe it was 2025?
I believe so, yes.
And what the prosecutor asked you a few times about retained. What is your fee in a case like this?
Yeah, I typically have a $4,000 retainer, and then I bill at $400 an hour.
$400 an hour. And how many hours have you put in so far in this case?
I don't know the number of hours I billed to this.
Have you put bills in on this case?
I have.
What were the bills that you put in so far?
I don't know. I would have produced them or they should have been produced, but I don't have the numbers on the top of my head.
So you took time, you spent hours, and you should get paid for your work, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So when you got the materials and you signed a fee engagement, correct?
I did.
$400 an hour, an initial of $4,500, right?
No, 4,000.
4,000 plus travel expenses, correct?
Correct.
Plus food and hotels, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you've submitted bills to be paid, and you don't know what those bills are?
No, I didn't study the bills before coming to trial today.
Okay. Is it fair you put at least 10 hours of work in this case?
Yes.
How about 20 hours?
Yes, I would say at least 20 hours.
30 hours?
Hmm,
Including today, including getting here last night, working with the prosecutors and all the phone calls and all the back and forths.
maybe.
So let's say 40 hours, right?
No.
Okay, 30 hours times $400 an hour is what, sir?
$12,000.
Plus travel expenses, correct? Plus your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you charge a different rate for in court.
Yes, I do.
And what do you charge for in court?
$600 an hour.
Okay, so you charge from the time you get to the courthouse, right?
Not typically. I charge for the time I'm sitting right here.
Okay, so far that's another $1,200, correct?
Yes.
Now, you submitted an initial report on August the 1st, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We had testimony on September the 30th of 2025. You appeared by Zoom.
Correct.
Then you submitted a supplemental report on October 23rd, 1 week before we started the trial, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then you submitted another full report that I showed you on August the 11th, correct? Excuse me, November the 11th, 2025.
I believe there was, yes, another report with just a word change.
A word change. And that's what I meant, sir. The November 11th report is basically the same as your August 1st report, except for some typos and stuff like that.
Correct. Yes.
You take pride and you want it to be correct and you want things to be corrected, correct?
Of course.
Absolutely. And you spent time to prepare this report and you put effort into it and you're a professional and you give opinions and so you want it to be correct, right?
Yes.
So in your first report, sir, on the August 1st report, could you go to page 4 of that?
Yes, $600 an hour. Your hourly rate as an expert is higher in court. Attorneys frequently bill that way too. Like in trial, the rate goes up. Like Connor Grubb's attorneys probably charge like that too. So, did I sneakily speed this up? It's only at 1.4 speed. If you need me to slow it down, chat, let me know. But we're at 1.4 speed.
May I have the Elmo, please? You're taking a look at that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on that, that's your first report, and those are your words and your typing, right?
Correct.
You got an arrow to a parking spot there, right?
I do.
That's the wrong parking spot, correct?
Very true.
Very true. And you're an expert getting paid that kind of money, and you've got an arrow to the wrong spot. You chose to put it there, correct?
I did. I put it in the area that was marked with the cones.
No, sir, you put it in an area that's wrong based on, when you compiled that, you would watch the videos, you see the photographs, you did everything, and you put it in the wrong spot.
I did.
You are 100% wrong, there, correct?
Well, it is a parking space. It's not the parking space where the Lexus was located at the
So
time.
let me read the caption underneath. Photo caption showing the parking space where Takaya was confronted before the incident, the location. So that's your writing, right?
True, and that photo does show the parking space where she was confronted before the incident. I mislabeled
Okay,
the actual parking space where she
so the
was.
narrative doesn't show it.
Correct.
Okay, so you like to use the term parking space in general. You think that the narrative goes to the parking space and not the arrow.
I guess in this
Well,
illustration and for my analysis, it doesn't matter.
in your analysis, it doesn't matter. You had a chance, however, to review that and correct it, right?
Correct.
And you sent another report on Tuesday, dated Tuesday, November the 11th, correct?
Correct.
I'll hand you Defense Exhibit W. Go to page 4, sir. You find this funny?
No, I just know where you're going with this, and I didn't correct the label.
So you reviewed that though to correct spellings and make sure everything, you knew you were testifying, right?
I did know. I
And the
was
prosecutor
testifying.
told you about stuff that's going on and you had testified before, right? Under oath, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't change it, right?
I didn't change it. I was changing the camera label, and I did note in my supplemental report the mislabeling of the parking lot. So I acknowledged that in my supplemental
Can you
report.
pull up your slides, please? I believe it's slide 13. If you go to it, you had that exact picture of the drone. Did you find a picture of the drone? So sometime between November the 11th, when you sent us another report, till this morning, you changed the label, correct?
Correct.
On that, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Correct.
All right, thank you. If you can put that back. And you don't remember when you were retained?
I don't.
Okay. And you've never been trained in any use of force aspect as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in a criminal trial involving a use of force, correct?
Correct.
Now, you remember we spoke before under oath, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there, and if you remember, fine. If not, I'll get it for you. You remember telling me, yes, I'm not speaking to use of force in this matter. That's not why you're here.
True.
And you would agree that your testimony is about what you observed, correct?
Correct.
How many times do you think you've watched those videos?
It depends on what you call watching videos.
In order to prepare your report, in order to prepare for testifying today, how many times have you watched the videos?
I would say 20 to 30, but it really depends on how much time is spent watching them and going back and forth.
And you go back and forth, right?
Yes.
And you go slower back and slower and forward, correct? And so you take time and you're in a controlled setting, right? Looking at that, your office or home office or something like that, correct?
Correct.
And you pay attention to the frame by frame aspects, correct?
Yes.
That's not what Connor Grubb observes, is it?
No.
He doesn't have that time, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely zero. So your analysis is in a controlled setting, time, looking at it 20, 30 times and looking at pictures, correct?
Yes.
You couldn't complete your analysis in 5 seconds, could you?
No.
You couldn't complete it in 1.66 seconds, could you?
No.
Now, we also spoke before under oath, and you remember saying the statement, I'm not saying he didn't have a subjective belief that he was going to be run over. You remember saying that?
I believe that sounds consistent with something I would say.
Okay. If you'd like to see the transcript, I'll give it to you. I assure you those are your words. Okay. And you also had Connor Grubb's statement, correct?
Yes.
In his statement, he tells you what his subjective belief is, right? He thought he was going to get run over,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you're not saying that that wasn't in his mind, right?
True.
Now, you talk a little bit about the videos and the difference. My understanding is, and please go slow with me because I'm not very good at this in terms of the photography and stuff. The Kroger videos are basically at 15 frames per minute or per second.
You got it.
Body worn cameras at 30 frames per second.
Correct.
So it's the difference is the Kroger videos, something might be missing in those difference between the 15 slides per second.
It's every other frame, so twice as many frames in the body worn camera.
And in your timeline that you did for the prosecution in your report, you indicate that there's a period of time to respond of 1.53 seconds based on a certain situation, correct?
I'd have to look and see what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's on page 17 of your, or excuse me, page 15, item 17 at the bottom. And I'm just using this as an example.
Okay.
Do you see where you use 1.53 seconds?
Yes, but how did you represent that?
I'm just saying you chose a time of 1.53 seconds, whatever it delineates, right?
Yes.
Whatever it shows.
Yes.
So in the Kroger videos, the 1.53 seconds, the difference between that and the body worn cameras is twice as many slides for the body worn cameras as the Kroger, if both cameras are capturing that same 1.53 seconds.
True.
So if you take 1.53 and you multiply it times the difference, right, double. So if there's 23 slides in 1.53 seconds from Kroger, there would be 46 frames from the body worn camera video, correct?
Yes.
So the Kroger frames are missing basically half in that span of time frame, just as an example.
Yes.
You would agree with me? Okay.
Yep.
Now, are you aware, sir, that there was not a laser scan done of the parking spot that you misidentified of where this happened?
Yeah, I didn't see a laser scan performed in that area.
Laser scans are important to you because it helps you get to more exact details and things of that nature because of differences between photographs and cameras and stuff like that, correct?
Laser scans can be important, yes.
And so you realize, and I'm not sure if the prosecutor told you, but the reason that Dr. DeMullen did an animation is because there was no laser scan. And he was trying to represent what might be shown. He wasn't saying that's exactly what was happened, but if you had a laser scan from there, you would be able to make a precise animation, so to speak. Would you agree with that concept?
Hmm.
And all the other things put into play as well. But that's what they do with laser scans, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I do that with laser scans, but the laser scans can happen after the fact. And depending on what features you're using to match, oftentimes I will go do laser scans on a case that happened 2 years ago and make it work. So
Absolutely. And just because you didn't do an initial laser scan that time at that place, you can do a laser scan down the road after the fact, and it's still pretty good as long as you can sync things up with cameras, audios, and stuff like that to do the position, correct?
yeah, you don't sync the laser scans with cameras, but just the geometry. And that's something that Dr. Damon could have done himself.
Right. And to put the vehicle back in that parking spot, they could have then ran a laser scan and with all the measurements and things like that, correct?
They could have, but they would have to basically do the analysis to make sure they're putting the vehicle back in the exact spot that
Or as close as possible, right?
well, you want it exact. So that's why going after the fact and using the video evidence combined with laser scans that can be taken anytime, as long as the building hasn't moved, as long as
Absolutely.
trees.
But here the car had moved from the original spot.
Yeah, so there's no getting a laser scan of that area or putting the car back into that parking spot to do a laser scan would be creating new evidence because you don't guarantee that that vehicle's going back to the exact spot that it was.
Absolutely. But taking a laser scan of a car parked up against a Kroger wall where the shot didn't happen, that's creating new evidence as well, correct?
It's documenting the evidence of the incident and arrest position of the vehicle. So it's truly preserving the scene for all of us to be able to look at.
Pictures, just like videotapes and everything like that.
Yes.
Now, when we talked before, you agreed with me that during the videos that you showed, that at some point, both of Connor Grubb's feet came off the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you swore an oath of that. And it also, you indicated that both his feet were off the ground while he fired the shot before he slid off the vehicle.
Yes, we pointed out that at that moment that both feet are off the ground is the same time that it's essentially a jump plus a push off with his arm to shoot.
But again, you agreed with me under oath that both his feet were off the ground at some point.
Yes.
And you read his statement where he indicated both of my feet were off the ground.
Yes, and that was stated, though, applying to before he fired the shot.
I didn't ask when it was applied. I'm saying that Connor Grubb indicated in his statement that as I fired, both feet were off the ground.
I don't recall if that's what he specifically said.
But you understand the concept that both his feet were off the ground, correct?
At some point, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66 prior. I just have 66 in here. This is the government put this in evidence. That's the state, correct?
Yes,
All right. There was also follow-up questions that were part of that too. We'll get to that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you read those, correct?
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that in that paragraph on page 3, suddenly my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car. My body was being carried as she continued accelerating. Okay, that was in his statement, correct?
Yes.
And that matches, you indicated, yes, at some point, both his feet were off the ground, correct?
Yes, both his feet were off the ground at some point, but I wouldn't agree that he was being carried or that his waist was. So I just want to clarify based on what you asked me and what you had just read to me.
We were focusing on the feet, whether or not they're off the ground. Okay. And in terms of in that situation, when someone's in front of the vehicle and there's movement, whether they're carried or whether they're, you say, pacing alongside or stepping alongside, a person could trip, correct?
True.
A person could fall backwards, correct?
Yes.
And at whatever rate, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, that car, that 3,600-pound car can cause a broken foot, a broken toe, a broken leg, all sorts of things if you got caught underneath, right?
Yes.
And so there is no doubt that car in moving could be cause a serious physical injury, whether you're on top, whether you're next to it, whether you're in front of it, whether you're underneath it, correct? There's a potential risk of that.
Not if you're next to it, but the others, yes.
A bad answer to my question. Okay, on your report, sir, if you'll go to that, the exact page for you. So the first thing the prosecutor asked you about, you indicated that the things on his knees or shins might have come from him kneeling on the ground, correct?
Correct.
If you would go to page 19, figure 12. Can I have the envelope, please? Now, that's a picture there of him kneeling on the ground, correct?
Yes.
You don't see any glass in that area, do you?
No.
And you don't see any glass. And when you break a window, okay, the dynamics, or whatever you want to call it, physics, in that situation, the window goes inside, correct? The damaged glass.
Not all of it.
Not all of it, but most of it. I mean, if you hit this way, most of it's going to go in that way, correct?
It depends on the type of window and the motion that's coming back out when you remove your arm. And we see a lot of glass on the ground in his footage.
You use that slide to indicate that he was kneeling on his right knee, and he may have got those abrasions, or what you call them, while he was kneeling on the ground.
The bottom one, the one that's on his shin, not the cut that's on his knee.
But so on the shins, you think he may have got that from kneeling there, even though there's no glass there or anything like that, correct?
True. And we see him kneel multiple times. So this isn't just a one-off.
Who do you think knelt more, he or Sergeant Moynihan, based on the review?
I don't know.
Do you know how many times Sergeant Moynihan knelt?
No.
Is it fair to say that Sergeant Moynihan did the majority of the life-saving measures, and you would be required to kneel in order to do that versus my client?
I don't, again, know how much he kneeled or whether his mechanics were the same. I would expect the more up and down you do, the more exposure the more basically standing to kneeling, the more exposure you would have to causing these abrasions versus just sitting there on your knees.
So if you were to go back and watch, you would be able to determine how many times Sergeant Moynihan was kneeling, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Now, one of the pictures that you dealt with regarding the situation, were you able to review pictures of Sergeant Moynihan as well as Connor Grubb after the fact? I think you talk about their body-worn camera, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness? Your Honor? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit J and K.
David, I don't know why they're doing that. There's nothing.
Just take a look,
It's
please.
just the way the courtroom's set up. They have shitty audio.
And you've reviewed these before, correct?
Yes.
And that's a fair and accurate copy of yours.
Yes.
May I have the envelope, please? It's on. All right, that's a picture of Connor Grubb, correct?
Correct.
On Defendant's Exhibit J. Lower right is blood, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't see any ripping or tearing of the pants there, correct?
Correct.
Page 2 of that exhibit is in fact a closer shot of that. You see the blood, correct?
Yes.
See the blood on the other aspect of his left knee, correct?
I do.
Okay. Now, Defendant's Exhibit K, that's a picture of Sergeant Moynihan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You see the blood on Sergeant Moynihan's right knee there?
Not, unfortunately, not because of the light and the glare we have on there. I don't see it.
Lights down.
Page 2, maybe that helps a little bit.
And
Oh,
see,
sorry.
now
Yeah,
it's
a little too
gone.
dark.
You can put the lights back.
Unfortunately, I don't see it in that.
And see, Chad, now it's gone.
May I approach?
Thank you.
Now it fucking comes back.
Yes,
You see blood on there and then closer to that.
I do.
Kind of the same spots as Connor Grubb, correct?
Yes.
If I told you that Sergeant Moynihan was interviewed by a fire technician, a paramedic, and asked if he had any injuries to his shin.
Faces. Approach. Rephrase it then.
Would it shock you, wouldn't you expect Sergeant Moynihan to have the same type of injuries from kneeling in the glass area and the whole area that Connor Grubb would?
No.
Because
I don't know what his mechanics were, and I don't know what he would call an injury, if he would call an abrasion an injury. And they could have different tolerances in their skin in general, so they're
you
different.
realize that he was asked if he had any abrasions or injuries like that by a paramedic who's trained in injuries.
I don't recall.
He did, and he said, I don't have any. Connor Grubb was asked the same thing, and he showed his injuries. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Sergeant Moynihan wasn't contacted or hit or struck or whatever you want to call it by a car, correct?
Correct.
Connor Grubb was, correct?
There's question to that, actually, because he's actively stepping with the vehicle. There's no actual objective evidence that shows his shins get hit by the vehicle.
Sir, you point blank, the last time we had a hearing under oath said, yes, there was contact by the car to him.
Right.
So are you saying that, did the car come into contact with Connor Grubb or not, Dr. Bauer?
Yes, but we're specifically talking about his
It's a yes or
knees
no
and
question,
shins.
sir.
Don't speak over each other.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
May I ask that again, please?
You swore under oath at a prior time that yes, the car came into contact with Connor Grubb's lower extremities.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned on direct to the prosecutor about a fall that my client took, that maybe the injuries were from a fall, correct?
Correct.
Maybe we have the proceedings. And you watched his body worn camera with regards to whether or not he fell, and you watched Sergeant Moynihan's body worn camera to whether or not he fell, correct?
Correct.
And watch this video, sir, doctor, and tell me if you ever, tell me what you see. First, you'll see his hands hit the ground. One second. Okay, stop. You see his hands hit the ground, right?
Correct.
His knees or shins didn't hit the ground, right?
Well, we don't capture it on the video footage for sure, but he's pushing himself up when we see his hands on the ground.
Can you back it up, Ms. Stevens? You're saying he's flat on the ground, pushing himself up? At what point do you see his knees or anything touching the ground there, sir?
We don't. That's what I just said.
You don't. And if you'll keep letting it run, Ms. Stevens? So when you talk about a fall, you're creating that fall. You didn't see him fall to the ground. The video shows that his hands hit the ground, not his knees or shins.
That's a fall. We see him fall. So you have to brace himself with his hands.
Here we go with the wordplay. You testified on direct that the injuries to the knee were probably from the fall that he took landing on his knee, correct?
Correct.
You just saw video evidence that you're an expert in, that you do all the time, and you're an expert photography and certified in this. He never touches the ground with his knees, correct?
That is not correct. We don't see it in the video footage, but based on his mechanics of getting up, there's certainly that capability. But also, there's nothing.
It's a yes or no question. Do you see his knees or anything on the ground there?
I already answered that question to say no, the video footage does not actually capture his knees on the ground.
Correct. But you somehow tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, oh yeah, he got those injuries when he fell on the ground. You make it up. You don't have any visual evidence to support that claim, correct, Dr. Bauer?
That's not correct.
What video evidence do you have that his knees or shins touch the ground?
That we know he's getting up from a fall, and that those
He fell on his hands, sir, from that video.
and that those wounds aren't consistent with anything that's on the front bumper of the Lexus.
Hypothetically, if you only had video evidence that showed he was on the ground, but we do have video evidence that shows there was contact between a 3,600-pound car and his lower body, correct?
We have evidence that he interacted with the Lexus. Yes.
Now it's interacted. So you want these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all the videos that they've seen in this case, to believe that the car didn't hit my client. Is that what you're trying to tell these ladies and gentlemen of the jury right now, doctor, as an opinion person?
I didn't say that.
Okay, you just implied that because you use the term interacted. We interact verbally, right?
True.
You don't interact physically, do you?
I would disagree with that.
You're welcome to it. You keep
That was-
using the term in your report, perceived threat.
That was spicy. Wow. Wow, that was good. That was really good. Oh, buddy. I'm glad I sent an email to this guy, see if he wants to talk. I doubt he will, but I was impressed with that. Woo! Got him. Yeah, called him a no-load loser. Yeah, here we go, guys. It's only going to get worse.
Right?
Look at his look. He's like, fuck.
I believe so, yes.
You use it multiple times, right? I'll give you a specific. Page 14, number 16, at the bottom. Talk about how a perceived threat starts and ends. You see what I'm at?
Oh, yes.
Okay. You realize in use of force situations that a perceived threat can turn into an actual threat, right?
Yes.
A perceived threat.
Objection. Can we approach?
What you make? May proceed, Brandon.
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Bauer, if I'm standing here with a knife at you, that could be a perceived threat, right? If I charge forward towards you with a knife, that's an actual threat. You would agree?
Yes.
Someone with a gun here, that's a perceived threat. Drop the gun, drop the gun. If they raise the gun, that's an actual threat, correct?
I don't know that I necessarily agree with what you're calling a perceived threat, especially I live in a state, or if there's an open carry and someone has a gun, is it a perceived threat that they just have a gun?
If the gun is raised towards someone, that's a perceived actual threat, correct?
Right.
A stationary car is not an actual threat, right?
Correct.
A car moving, as you indicated on direct, that the car moved towards the Connor Grubb, correct?
Yes.
A car coming towards someone is no longer not a threat or perceived threat. It can be an actual threat, correct, sir?
True.
When his hand is on the hood, the first time it's placed on the hood based on your video analysis, correct? There's a time when Connor Grubb places his hand on the hood.
Correct.
Subsequently, you said there's more load or force that's pushed down, and you see the hood go indentation, correct?
Yes.
Showing that there's some kind of force
Dented.
on the hood or load being managed, correct?
True.
Okay. So in that situation, you agree that the shot is fired while his left hand is using load in the center of the hood.
Yes.
And the weapon is over here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so he's not on the right side of the thing. His left hand body is in the center of the hood, correct?
No, he's definitely on the side of the vehicle.
The question is his left hand on the center of the hood depressing it?
The left hand is depressing the hood, yes.
In the center,
I don't know if it's the geographic center of the hood, but certainly in the body of the hood.
close to the center, correct?
I would have to take a look.
Well, it's in your report if you'd like to take a look at it. You put it up on the screen a bunch of times.
I'm looking at the screenshot when we see the bullet strike, and his hand does not look to be in the center of the hood.
Okay. Okay. Have the elbow, please. What you just testified to was you don't think that hand is near the center of the hood. Take your time now. I don't want you to do it in 5 seconds or 1.6. Take your time. Where's the hand, sir?
It's on the hood. From this view, we can't tell. And I guess, what do you mean by the center of the hood? Along the center line?
Sir, is it
Line of the
on
hood?
the left
Do
side?
not speak over each other.
Watch the pen. Is it on the left side of the hood?
Again, I would want to review the video footage.
This is good.
Because you have the luxury of reviewing the video footage, right? But when you look at this picture, it's not on the left side of the hood. It's not on the right side of the hood. It's near the center of the hood. You can answer the question truthfully. You don't have to review it. It takes common sense to look at that, right?
I don't agree with you. Actually, in image analysis, where you have perspective distortion from a fisheye video
Now it's image
camera.
analysis. Now,
I'll sustain that.
thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have a PhD in engineering, correct?
True.
The body worn camera, as you said, is placed at the lower eye spot in his eyes, correct?
True.
You analyze everything after the fact to look at objective movements, correct?
True.
Okay. And you realize that Connor Grubb never saw the video or heard anything before giving a statement, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. He didn't get to see all these things and analyze the pictures and stuff before he gave a statement. He gave a statement beforehand based on what he remembered, correct?
Correct.
Before watching the video. Then he was given the opportunity to watch the video and listen to the video, right?
I believe so.
In your report, you indicate that you didn't hear any screeching of the tires or anything like that, right?
True. I believe that's true.
Now, the lead case agent, Special Agent Douglas, testified that after he reviewed it multiple times, he heard a tire screech. Are you saying he is incorrect or lying?
I believe just incorrect.
Okay. My client got a chance to listen to it, and the second part of his statement says, after reviewing the body-worn cameras and listening to it, I realized I didn't hear the squealing of the tire. Do you think he's incorrect as well?
All right. He stated that he did not hear the squealing of the tire.
He gave a statement.
Wow. So yeah, hey, these guys both heard something, and then one of them said, actually, I didn't hear that. Who's lying now? That's good. See, now they're catching. I like this. I like this.
Right, you with me? Then they had him review the body worn camera stuff. And he said, I've had the chance to review it. I realized I didn't hear the tire squeaking. I didn't hear it, but I hear it on the audio. Is he lying?
I'm just looking at my report on that section here.
You don't have to look at your reports, sir. I'm letting you know. My point is, the lead case agent they put on the stand testified the other day that he heard the screeching of the tires or swinging of the tires, however you want to categorize it. My client heard it. All I'm asking you is, you were saying it, you didn't hear that.
Correct. They are audio signals that are different than tire squeaks and could have a very different explanation.
So it's interactions, audio signals. A couple more things and I'll be done, Your Honor. And when you reviewed my client's statement and especially the question and answers that went to him, you knew why he took the position he did, correct?
What do you mean, the position?
Sustain that?
Use of force. He can read. Sir, one of your conclusions.
What was the question again? Re-ask
The
the question.
question is, based on my client's statement and the answers that he gave, his words told you why he took a position in front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had an issue of why, placing him in front of the vehicle. He told you those words, correct?
What do you, I guess I don't understand when you say you had an issue. What do you mean by that?
Third, no one's disputing that he placed himself in front of the vehicle, okay? You were able to read why he placed himself in the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? And nowhere in his statement, sir, does it say that he saw a turn signal, correct?
True.
And based on where the body worn camera is and him leaning on the hood, it may be difficult to see the blinker over there, right?
Agreed.
And if I told you that in the history of the BCI investigative packet here, not one person sees a turn signal, but you were able to slow it down and coordinate it and show that a turn signal's on there, correct?
I don't follow I saw it, yes, but I don't follow anything you said before that.
We thank you for that. But my point is, based on Connor Grubb's positioning and with a fisheye lens, the eyes are going to see something different than what the body camera shows, depending on where your head is and where your attention's at.
Eyes will see something different, yes. The eyes will see something different, actually have a wider field of view than the cameras do, but
And the machine doesn't have to interpret what it's seeing, right? It just records it.
true.
The brain and the mind has to interpret.
Yes.
Dr. Bauer, that's all the questions I have for you right now. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Dr. Bauer, let's start with the fall.
After the window was broken out. In addition to the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb and Sergeant Moynihan, did you not also have the statement of Connor Grubb himself about falling to the ground?
I did.
You may.
This is Exhibit 66, the type statement of Connor Grubb, page 4. In the top paragraph is Connor Grubb describing attempts to break out of the driver's side window. At the top.
Okay.
Okay, then what does he say starting with here?
I walked around the pillar and tried to get her out of the car. However, her foot was still on the gas pedal, and as I attempted to get her out, the car started moving forward again, and I fell to the ground.
So you have the defendant's own words that he fell to the ground at the time the window was being broken?
Yes.
And is there objective evidence when you watch the body-worn cameras of both Moynihan and Grubb that Connor Grubb fell to the ground at the time that this window had been broken?
Yes.
Now, you're asking a lot of questions about getting paid. Are you familiar with Dr. Jeffrey Desmoulins?
Yes.
And would you expect that he's also getting paid for his work?
Yes.
And you made a comment about, when you were asked about this scan, why it wasn't done at the original spot. You made a comment that you believe Dr. Desmoulins could have done that. Why would you say that?
Yeah, because if you're doing this, the whole point, if you want to try to recreate something and actually determine the accurate position of a person in a space, we go through this process called camera matching with photogrammetry. So it's the same process people do to incorporate CG into movies. So you have to be able to know what the geometry is of the area and compare that to the video footage of the area to create a virtual camera that matches the actual point of view of the real camera. And as long as big static features stay the same, so as long as there's a building that we see in the the security camera footage is still there. And as long as maybe a few trees are still there to use as landmarks, I could go there with my laser scanner today and scan that geometry and perform that analysis. Dr. Damelin could do the same thing with a laser scanner and perform that same analysis. So it didn't need to be, it's not something that would have needed to be done that day or that night even.
But in this case, was it necessary for you to have a first scan to examine the movements of Officer Grubb?
No.
Why not?
Because we have video, very clear video evidence of that.
Now, we were also asked about the timing of your reports, and I want to ask about, you wrote an initial report,
Yes,
and then upon receiving a report written by Dr. DeMolden, did you then issue a supplement report in response to his report?
yes,
And in that October report, did you note that you had made an error in the report about the parking spot?
I did.
And so then, getting ready to come to court, did you correct the errors typographically, changing parking lot camera to, it was front entrance camera to parking lot camera?
Yes,
And did you fail to update one of your figures?
I did.
And did you make it correct before you testified before this jury?
Yes.
Did any of that change your conclusion?
No.
And when you identified front entrance video in your original report, did you specifically list that Bosch file name?
Yes,
And in fact, that was to the parking lot video.
correct.
So you correctly identified the file name, but did you incorrectly identify parking lot versus front entrance?
Yes,
Okay, but you fixed that in your supplement in October as well as your November 11th report.
I did.
And you were asked about whether or not both feet were off the ground, but in what sequence are you referencing when you agreed to that?
Yeah, right at the sequence that's just before the shot. So right as we observe Officer Grubb coming around the driver's side front corner and firing the shot.
Was his torso on the front of the car at that time?
At that time, he actually pushes off with his left arm.
And what's the sequence of pushing off with the front with his hand versus the feet coming up the ground?
Same.
And is that different than the steps you described to us?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me then, when you're talking about feet off the ground, specifically the sequence of that.
Yeah, so both feet off the ground are observed again after. So we see him stepping, keeping pace with the vehicle, and then we see a push with his arm. Both feet come off the ground at the same time that the shot happens as he's now coming off the driver's side of the vehicle.
But that's after he had stepped forward and placed his left hand on the hood of the car.
Correct.
You're also asked about page 15 of your report. May I press witness again?
You may.
Okay, this is page 15. You have it in front of you.
I do.
And you were asked about one of the times in this chart that you listed. And I want to explain, when you're asked about 1.533, I don't think there was a context to make that an understandable time. So where does the number that Mr. Collins asked you about, the 1.533, give us the context of that.
Yeah, that was the time that elapsed from the time I observed the gun being aimed at Ms. Young to the time the gun was fired.
But that's not the first timing that you list in a chart on page 15, is it?
Correct.
So what timing did you start from?
So I started,
I'll check this outside the cross. The 1.53 was just a number to the math question.
Overruled.
I started with the indication, the turn signal being active. So the first sign seeing the blinker, basically.
And then you listed other observable incidents, and you could take the time in between those observable incidents.
Yes.
So just to make clear, what was the 1.533 you were asked about?
So that was again the time from I observed the gun being aimed at Ms. Young to the time the gun was fired.
But if you go back to the activation of the front turn signal, what is the total time between events to the shooting?
5.13 seconds.
I also wanted to allow you to clarify on page 19 of your report an issue of screeching. I think it's in paragraph 24.
Okay.
Specifically, did you say that you don't hear audible tire screeching?
Yes.
Paragraph 24.
Yes.
Did you go on to say there were sounds that you heard?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I wrote that there are 3 sounds recorded on the audio tracks of both body-worn cameras that are short, audible beeps or squeaks, but their cause and origin cannot be determined. And I also looked at the timing between those.
Which was what?
From the first and second sound, there was between those first 2 or 0.4 seconds. Then the time between the second and the third sound was 0.6 seconds.
And in your work, you do accident reconstruction that involves motor vehicles. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is screeching something term that comes up?
Yes.
And what does it mean to you?
Yeah. Typically, it means friction between the tires and the road and a rapid acceleration.
And do you dispute that screeching applied to what you observed in the body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Why?
Because you would observe that in the motion of the vehicle.
And what would the motion of the vehicle have to have been?
You would see in that time frame where those beeps or squeaks are heard, you would see some lurching of the vehicle or rocking of the vehicle.
Do you see in many of those videos the hard turn to the right of the tires by Takia Young?
Yes.
In your experience, could that cause a screeching sound? Just the turn?
No.
Okay. Did you see the rapid acceleration required for screeching?
No.
I have no.
You're putting fingers in the sinking boat, man. They're plugging holes and it's not doing well enough. They're already in trouble, but this was very poor. This was bad.
Questions.
I'd be embarrassed to fucking run
All
this
right,
trial. I read that.
Dr. Bauer, thank you so much. Take wherever you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves.
All right, chat, real quick. I think we're gonna watch the second half of this. I know locals people. I don't think we're gonna do locals tonight. I kind of want to watch this, so my apologies ahead of time, but I do want to watch this here. This is fucking toast. Yeah, he's so full of shit. He's so full of shit here. This has been really fucking pathetic to watch. Maddie was asking, do attorneys mark their own reports like he did with his report? Most of the time, yes. Like, if it's a complex case, probably not. But for the most part, I should have my exhibits kind of pre... If I have exhibits I tend to offer, you should generally pre-number your exhibits or pre-letter your exhibits. Locally, that's considered proper order to do things. So... And then Maddie's saying, to be fair, that attorney used the wrong letter to ID report. That doesn't matter. Remember, this is about actually to the expert. I'm not the expert. Ha ha ha. That's the argument here. That's the argument here. So, and then Buck Taki is saying, the only thing I learned from this is staging a photo one way for the prosecution is not creating evidence, but staging it another way for the defense is. Yep. It's all about how you frame the issue. And remember, a trial is about framing issues and selling stories. So, yes, suffer locals. I'll make it up to you guys. How many fingers are needed to plug the racket ship? I don't know. A lot of hoes and a lot of holes. So, yes. And remember, calling a hoe is apparently defamation. Remember, Chad, apparently calling a hoe is defamatory, even though Day's a hoe who do hoe activities with hoe tendencies, and hoes may be their friends and hoes may be their enemies. With all those hoe energies to do what they do, blew what they blew, and screw what they screw. You know, and you got hotel everybody, even the mayor. To make you reach up in the sky for the ozone layer. And you can have some hoe cake.
To super.
Sir, could you please?
The truth, the whole
For your whole hoe crew. Because as Ludacris says, because everyone knows that hoes gotta eat too.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a
Let's see here, chat. We gotta speed up. We're gonna pick it up here. Whoa, I hate it when it does that.
Just over 17 years.
Okay, sorry. We gotta back up here.
penalty of perjury.
I think this is gonna be. Why is this being so ridiculous? Bruh. Why is it not letting me touch the damn thing? Please. There we go.
Perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth.
Wouldn't let me touch the buttons, chat.
I do.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the court and spell your last name for the record?
Eric Moynihan, Moynihan.
Now, this is the sergeant that was with Connor Grubb at the scene. This is the guy telling the lady to get out of the car.
Who are you employed by?
Blendon Township Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the Blendon Township Police Department?
I've worked there now for just over 17 years.
And in what capacity, sir?
As a police officer to start back in 2008, and then I was promoted to supervisor sergeant in 2011.
Prior to being employed at Blendon Township, where were you employed at?
I've had lots of law enforcement experience, starting all the way back when I was 17. I joined the United States Air Force and worked a total of 5.5 years in their version of military police, referred to as security forces. After that, or during that period of time, I was actually a certified officer in the state of Florida as well. Worked part-time with the city of Mexico Beach for a short bit until I moved to Ohio. I was sponsored by the village of Kirkersville and attended a police academy up here. Then picked up by the village of Granville in Licking County, where I worked for 4.5 years before now being at Blendon for 17.
Long decorated career in law enforcement. Did you go to, you said you went to a police academy up here. Was that Opata?
No, I went to Hocking College in Nelsonville. Yes.
Did you eventually go to, or were you eventually certified by the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy?
Yes, passed the state test, and they've kept me around for 17 years now.
You said you were, that you served in the Air Force. Thank you so much for your service. You said you were there, military police for 5.5 years.
A total of 5.5 years in 2 separate sections of active duty, a 4-year contract with an honorable discharge, and then I was recalled again after 9/11 for another 1.5 years with another honorable discharge.
Hear that, Chad?
I was not. Different.
He did 9/11. He got recalled to go do 9/11. He was planting them charges and putting all the thermite paint on. Yes, Mexico Beach sounds really, really bad. Am I wrong in that regard? This sounds really, really bad. Like, it sounds like a place where it's like, aside from normally meth trailers. Kanateki is saying, could this guy be really bad for the prosecution? Yes. 100% he can be. But I assume they've already talked to him, or at least read his thing. Read his police report. Yes, he was a security guard for Building 7.
Sort of reserve unit to take the place of the active duty teams at home so that they could deploy overseas.
My understanding, sir, is that in your capacity of employment at Blendon Township, you're also a field training officer?
I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Well, you might go to a police academy in whichever state, excuse me, as it is in Ohio. They teach you all the basic things you need to know about Ohio law and regulations, and all the standards set forth by the lawmakers and everything that you need to pass the standard in Ohio. However, depending on which agency you go to, the paperwork's different, the forms are different, the court systems are different. All of those matters. The day-to-day workload and job is slightly different. So that's your on-the-job training, so to speak, in person in a car with someone with you.
Are you also a firearms instructor?
I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Mostly for a department our size, it just consists of conducting our annual qualifications, which we actually do twice a year. But that's it.
In order to qualify for a firearm, sir, do you and your trainees, or you and the people who you're instructing, go through shoot, don't shoot scenarios?
We have done those, yes.
Now, the jury has already heard a bunch of this, but what are you trained to do when you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death?
You're trained to respond to that threat. And if that means using deadly force, those are your actions that you have to justify. And there's a means to do that, but you may engage that threat until you stop the threat in that case.
And is that how you train other officers on the force as well?
Yes.
Where are you trained to shoot, sir, when you engage that threat?
So the most common place that we train to shoot is center mass, just for the likelihood of hitting your target, and not trying to shoot limbs or anything else. But the main goal is not to injure or hurt anyone. It's just to stop whatever that perceived threat is at the time.
And when do you stop shooting, sir?
When that threat is stopped.
I want to talk to you a little bit about general police concepts. I'll let you get a sip of water first.
I'm listening.
What does reasonable articulable suspicion mean to you?
So it's kind of difficult to define, but essentially it's a standard of certain circumstances and articulable facts and circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that a crime had been, is being, or about to be committed.
And is that what you need to stop and investigate a person?
Yes.
What do you need? What type of standard do you need in order to arrest a person?
That would be probable cause.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what probable cause means?
Basically, building on reasonable articulable suspicion, it's the idea that we would add in maybe some evidence, some fruits of the crime, tools used to commit the crime, and again, with to cause a reasonable person to believe that a particular person committed a particular crime.
Thank you. I want to take you back, sir, to August 24th, 2023. The jury has already seen some of your body-worn camera. You had it on you that day, right?
I did.
Can you show
And they had 100% probable cause to stop her. They 100% probable cause.
the jury where it was positioned on this uniform?
I was not wearing this uniform on the day. We were wearing a more relaxed version with polo shirt and utility pants. However, it would have been basically in the right side of my right side, low center.
And is it fixed on your uniform?
With a magnet to your shirt, yes.
Fair to say, sir, that it's a fisheye lens with that body-worn camera?
Yeah, I've heard it, a wide-angle lens, fisheye lens, something to that effect. I don't know the exact terminology.
You would agree with me that it doesn't always capture everything that you as a police officer sees, correct?
That is correct.
And sometimes, certainly you would agree with me that it captures things that you couldn't see. Is that correct?
That's also true.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. Would you recognize your body-worn camera if it were shown to you?
Yes.
Permission to play a snippet of Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, Your Honor, so he can identify it as such.
You may.
May I please have computer, Ms. Cook? Oh, you don't want this cord? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that was the right cord. Bless you. No, that way. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. For the record, I'm starting the video at 12 minutes and 2 seconds. 273.
73.
Sir, do you recognize that as your body-worn camera?
I do.
And you recognize that that it was your body-worn camera from August 24th, 2023?
Correct.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember occurring on August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that snippet that I just played, why were you at the Kroger parking lot on August 24th, 2023?
So initially I was called to a hit skip crash that occurred further down in the parking lot in front of that Dollar Tree that you can kind of see off to the right, where a vehicle trying to leave the parking lot was struck by another vehicle that backed into them.
Would you say that Dollar Tree is several hundred feet away from where you're standing at right now?
That sounds about right.
Now, on August 24th, 2023, did you have reasonable articulable suspicion to investigate and probable cause to detain who you now know as Miss Young?
I did.
What was that probable cause based on, sir?
That was based on a known party who makes themselves known in this video shortly, that I knew from previous calls and reports at the Kroger to be a manager at that particular location. Came out and flagged me down, gesturing to who I know to be Miss Young now, entering the black vehicle pictured on that screen, saying that she had just taken items from the store.
I'm going to play a portion of your body-worn camera now, beginning at 12:08, and I'm going to try to stop it at 12:27.
Attend 29-3705 Managua, 3705.
What's that?
Female is hallucinating. Much of the last for attend.
Hey, stop. Hey, out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car.
Was there a license plate on the car that you just saw?
I did not see a license plate as I approached, no.
Was there a handicap placard? Do you know?
I did not see a handicap placard in the car, and it wasn't a marked handicap spot.
And you had mentioned earlier that you were aware, based on thefts at that Kroger from a manager who eventually comes out to tell you what's going on, correct?
Yes, I was aware of prior instances of theft. I had taken several reports of theft from that location previously.
Sir, why do you approach her window here?
Obviously, once I'm flagged down about a reported theft and the suspect is right there in front of me, I'm duty bound to make some sort of contact and attempt to resolve and investigate this crime that's just been alleged to me. I can't just wave it off, and I can't just go back to doing the lockout. So that's the quickest and most expeditious way is to just go up to the driver's side window and make contact as I would on a traffic stop or something to that effect.
Did you make it clear that she wasn't free to leave?
I believe I did, yes.
I want to talk to you in general about non-compliance. When someone is non-compliant to you, what's the next step in your thought process?
Well, it always raises a question as to what else is going on. As out of this incident, all I know it to be is just a misdemeanor theft so far. So shoplifting, as some people would call it. So a misdemeanor crime nonetheless. It doesn't seem like a very big deal to me. So I don't know what else is going on, why we don't just resolve this as adults.
When someone is non-compliant to you, do you attempt to de-escalate that situation?
Yes,
Do you attempt to gain compliance?
obviously, yes,
Is officer presence a way to encourage compliance?
yes.
Was the driver in that car on August 24th, 2023, was she compliant?
No.
I want to direct your attention to this screen grab right here. Who is the bald gentleman with the glasses?
That is Officer Connor Grubb.
You know Officer Connor Grubb?
Yes.
Had you worked on the same shift prior to that date, or tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in what capacity you know Connor?
Connor was hired by our police department in 2019. I think initially as part-time, but just for a very brief period of time before he was given a full-time position. And then I was one of his primary field training officers. And then ultimately, once he was released from training, we ended up working together on my shift, usually 3 days a week or so.
I want to talk to you about a law enforcement concept, again, that the jury has heard a ton about, but what's known as contact and cover. Are you familiar with that concept?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what a contact officer's responsibilities are as opposed to what a cover officer's responsibilities are?
Well, as I see it, the contact officer is just as it sounds, the one making contact with the subject of the call, whatever that might be, or whoever that might be, trying to de-escalate whatever situation might be going on there, trying to further the investigation and obtain relevant facts and information to, again, move that investigation along. Whereas the cover officer is essentially looking at everything else, the scene, the environment around them, keeping track of whatever else might be happening, bystanders or something else happening in the environment, in the area, or other safety clues that maybe I don't see, all the while keeping in mind that we need to be cognizant that we both have firearms on us, and if things went bad, we wouldn't want a crossfire situation between the two of us. So we try not to put the subject of the call in between the two of us. So that kind of limits where you can be.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to break that down a little bit. Based on your training and experience, can Connor provide effective cover if he were standing right next to you?
I wouldn't think so. Do you mean like any particular side, or?
If he were on the same side as you?
Just on the same side of the vehicle in general. He'd basically be looking at the same things that I'm doing. She may not realize there's a second officer there, and that officer presence factor is a thing. Whether there's one officer or two officers or more officers, would just tend to, raise the situation. Somebody might deem that to be more serious than what it is. So the idea that there's two officers on scene as opposed to just one, I think is an important thing for even the subject of the call to know sometimes.
Could he provide effective cover from the rear of the car, standing near that handicap placard post that you see in that frame?
So had there been a license plate on the car that maybe I wasn't able to jot down or remember, a cover officer could go back there and maybe write that down while I'm making contact. But there was no license plate. So in effect, I'm not sure how much good that would do from that angular position either.
You mentioned crossfire earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You stated that you didn't want to put a subject in between you and the cover officer. Can you expand on that a little bit?
It's just that principle that if things do go badly and we both ended up discharging our weapons, we certainly wouldn't want to have a crossfire situation between the two of us. So that's just the general premise.
So based on your training and experience as both a sergeant and a field training officer, is an effective place to cover in front of the car?
In this instance, I could see that, yes.
In that car, as far as you know, when Connor is approaching it, was it stationary?
It was stationary.
And at this point in time, sir, that you're interacting with her, you mentioned you had probable cause for a theft or shoplifting. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say I did.
After the non-compliance, do you have probable cause for any type of additional crimes?
As she's being non-compliant, then there's the additional charge of potential obstruction or resisting, if you would make that argument, both misdemeanors as well.
Hypothetically speaking, sir, if she had pulled off at this point, would you have any probable cause for any additional crimes?
Other than the obstructing and outside of any conduct that might happen in the parking lot on the way out, I can't think of anything. If she fled, do you think you may have tried to charge her with failure to comply with a police officer's order? I could as a misdemeanor again, but I would.
That would be a chicken. Giving her a failure to comply is like failure to comply at signal or command of an officer. That's for that. Oh my God, at least up this way, you get laughed out of fucking court by the prosecutor for that. That is not what failure to comply is meant for. An order to signal of an officer is not what that's meant for in this situation. So, no, that wouldn't stick. The resisting, the obstructing would. Those 100% would.
Not have been able to pursue, if that's what you're asking.
If she attempts to cause serious physical harm in addition to the theft and the potential fleeing, what type of crime is that?
So, can you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I'm so sorry. It's a terrible question. If the driver here commits serious physical harm and flees.
Ohio doesn't require 2 plates anymore, but you have to have a rear license plate. And she didn't have one, which is common when you're doing dirt.
In addition to the theft offense, what type of crimes would you have probable cause for at that point?
Okay, so the addition of the use of force coupled with a theft or fleeing immediately after a theft escalates that theft from a misdemeanor, even if it was to start with, to a robbery offense. Using some sort of weapon in that fleeing action would then escalate that to an aggravated robbery.
Are those serious crimes?
Yes.
Now, sir, when someone tries to hit an officer with a vehicle, even if they miss, what crime would you have probable cause for in that instance?
That could be a felonious assault. Then all of the assault crimes in the Ohio Revised Code Book are literally worded as cause or attempt to cause physical harm. So the physical harm doesn't actually have to happen. It just needs to be demonstrated that it was attempted.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, you mentioned you've been to that parking lot several times. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to leave that spot where that driver is, do you have to make a hard right turn or hard left turn in order to leave that spot?
It's difficult to explain, but the main entry and exit points to that parking lot run alongside that driveway that runs directly in front of the Kroger that's partially visible there, and the main entrance. And it kind of cuts at a 45-degree angle to the building on either side of that main entrance, where then it straightens out. So in order to get out of the parking lot, the most expeditious way would be to make a right to get on that drive. I'm not sure if I explained that right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury got to see the Kroger parking lot. Sir, based on your interactions with Miss Young in the car, could you tell she was pregnant?
No.
Fair to say, sir, that you had a longer interaction with her than Connor did on August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing your body-worn camera from 1227 to 1239.
The car. Out of the car. They said your sole stuff, do not leave. Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out.
Did you see yourself try to hit the window?
I did.
Why did you do that?
The intent at the time was I lost track of how many times I told her to get out of the car, somewhere between 8 to 10 times. And it seemed like I wasn't getting anywhere. She rolled the window down to talk to me, and I thought briefly that was progress, but it was not. So my intent was to break the window in an effort to remove her from the car to keep her at the scene.
I'm going to continue playing your VWC from 1238 to the 1302 mark.
Car. Get out of the car. Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car.
So is she taking her own case? No, they honestly, she's not sinking it. You're stuck with the evidence you have, and they're just pointing out. Remember that this hang up is Connor Grubb's statements don't match the response, don't match the video, and that's what they're hanging them on. But they're dealing with what they have here. So there's not a whole lot they have to hang their hat on, but they're doing what they're told.
Sir, when that car took off, did that surprise you?
Absolutely.
What did you do at that point in time?
Well, I had my hand in the window. I guess I would equate it to almost having your foot in the door. But more to convey the idea that she wasn't free to leave, that we were going to continue this investigation. And obviously my intent was to break the window, so I did not expect the window to still be intact, and didn't foresee her driving off and me still holding on. So that took a second for my brain to catch up with what was happening there, both at the failure of me to be able to break the window in the first place, and then the vehicle start moving.
You said you held onto the window. What happened to your body as the car drove off and you're holding onto the window?
I was pulled alongside, had to take some sort of running steps to kind of get my feet back under myself again.
And then you eventually ran into Connor?
I did.
Based on your experience, sir, is that a dangerous situation?
Yes.
Now, sir, to the best of your knowledge, was the shot fired before you were drug into Connor? Before you came into contact with Connor?
Before I came into contact, yes.
Sir, why did you not fire your weapon when you were on the side of the car?
Well, a couple of reasons. For one, I had my hands full. Again, I was trying to break the window. And from my perspective and my point of view at that time, I didn't have a threat towards me. So it wasn't until I get pulled alongside the car and then realized that a shot's fired and bump into Officer Grubb that I realized he drew his weapon and fired. So then I did the same, thinking I missed something, and responded from there.
How quickly is this all happening?
Seconds.
Hypothetically, sir, based on your training, if you perceived an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death, would you respond with the appropriate force?
I would.
Sergeant, is there a difference between a perceived threat and an actual threat? Let me give you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Blendon Township responds to a bank robbery. A person who's alleging to have robbed the bank is coming out of the bank. He's got a gun in his hand and he's pointing it at police officers. Would you classify that as a perceived threat?
Yes.
Now, in that same hypothetical, you guys are barricading, the Blendon Township Police Department is barricading that bank. In that same hypothetical, that robber of the bank is coming out, but he's shooting at anybody and everybody involved in the parking lot. Is that an actual threat?
Yes.
And also a perceived threat, right?
Yes.
So a perceived threat can actually become an actual threat, right?
If I follow your logic, yes.
Once that threat is employed or once the trigger is pulled, right?
Yes.
Now, hypothetically, in that first hypothetical with the bank robber and he comes out, he points a gun at you. You as a police officer, you don't have to wait until he pulls the trigger, correct?
You do not.
And that's because you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that would permit you to respond with deadly force if that firearm is pointed at you, right?
Yes.
And an actual threat also, if that bank robber comes out and is shooting at anybody and everybody in that parking lot, an actual threat also
Base,
permits you to
shoot
respond with
everyone.
deadly force based on
Kill all the
is that right?
hostages.
Yes.
Because at this moment, the weapon is actually being used. You would agree with that, right?
Agreed.
Now, sir, hypothetically, had the driver of that vehicle complied with you or complied with you and Officer Grubb, what would have happened? What would you have done in that situation with the driver of that vehicle?
Well, as I explained earlier, this was just a shoplifting call to me. As far as I knew it to be a misdemeanor, it's not uncommon to, I'd have her step out, identify her, collect whatever evidence we maybe could, may even stay with her in the parking lot and send Officer Grubb inside to review camera footage or get statements from any other employees or witnesses that witnessed, get an inventory of what was taken, but ultimately clear the scene, writing a ticket or a summons, essentially, for her to appear in court at a later time.
Sir, I want to talk to you about the use of force continuum. What exactly is the use of force continuum based on?
Basically, a framework for how to classify an officer response to subject actions, so an action response sort of diagram.
Would you agree with me that an action is always faster than a reaction?
Action is fast, yes.
And is that how you train officers in Blendon Township?
Yes, and that's also the reason that you don't have to wait for that actual threat.
Now, is there a time frame associated on each stage of the use of force continuum?
It doesn't have a time frame or an order, particular order that you have to progress through or to.
So would you agree with me then, sir, that depending on certain situations, your use of force continuum can go from 0 to lethal in a matter of split seconds?
Absolutely.
Sir, have you drawn your weapon before in an attempt to gain compliance?
I have.
Have you had to fire your weapon before?
No.
Do you draw your weapon? Would you draw your weapon in an effort to gain compliance?
I have, yes.
Is that a method that you train officers on?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, sir, about cars in general. Are you aware that a slow-moving car can cause serious physical harm?
Yes.
How are you aware of that, sir?
In March of 2023, I unfortunately was involved in an on-duty crash in a marked cruiser. I was turning left and momentarily distracted by my in-car computer, responding not lights and siren to the call I was going to and reviewing the notes and details. And I struck a pedestrian in a marked crosswalk. I was going a little less than 15 miles an hour, and the pedestrian immediately fell down. He did not go up and over the hood of the cruiser, nor did I run over any actual part of his body. But I was concerned because he did hit his head.
Did you get punished or sentenced or charged for that? Because guess what? If I fucking run someone over, guess what happens to me? I get a fucking ticket for that shit. What about you, officer, bruh?
And had an obvious visible bleeding injury on his head. It wasn't until later that I actually learned he suffered a broken leg out of that collision.
Sir, I want to talk to you about any injuries you may have sustained on August 24th, 2023. May I approach witness counter? Let the record reflect that I am approaching Sergeant Whitman with what has been previously marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit K. Sir, do you recognize that document?
I do.
It's a picture of you on August 24th of 2023.
Yes.
And can you flip to page 2 of that document?
Yes.
I believe page 2 of that document is a close-up of your pants on August 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
It is.
Did you have blood on your pants when you were photographed?
I did.
Were your pants ripped?
I think they were still serviceable.
Did you have injuries on your knees or shins or anywhere in your lower extremities?
I don't recall having any injuries.
Certainly you would have reported them had you had injuries so that BCI could document them, correct?
Yes.
Sir, were you kneeling on the ground longer than Connor was kneeling on the ground on August 24th, 2023?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. Were you originally going to testify for the prosecution?
I had heard that I would be subpoenaed or had been subpoenaed. I had never received a subpoena.
But we had to call you as a defense instead. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why?
I don't know.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Moynihan, for being
Interesting.
here. I have no further questions for you at this time. I'm sure the prosecution has some questions for you. We can just leave that up there. Thank you, sir.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Sergeant Moynihan.
Good afternoon.
My name is Erin Claypool, and I'm one of the prosecutors assigned to the case representing the state of Ohio. Isn't it true that we did reach out to you through an attorney to speak with you prior to this case starting trial?
My understanding is reached out. Yes, there was an invite to grand jury, and that was I received a invite to a pretrial conference, but no subpoena.
But a pretrial conference and attempted to speak with you prior to this case, and would you agree that through an attorney you declined to meet with us beforehand, which is your right?
I did.
And so this is the first time we're meeting each other. Is that
Yes.
Now,
Oh,
tell
here
me
we
a
go.
little bit about, Blendon Township. How big is that department?
Well, it was much larger until recently. We've had some levy failures and some folks have departed. But
Oh, no, levy
we are a
failures.
single-digit department, including the chief now. And
Yeah, chat, they don't show this, but I guess we're on to the case of chief of the defense. I'm not sure, though, because there's another expert we haven't seen yet. So I'm not sure which part we're in. This may be another out-of-order witness. I don't know. They didn't specify when we got up, when they started. That was cut off. So, but yeah, certainly that he's calling his buddy up to help him. And yes, rightfully so. He's not speaking without a lawyer because these guys will fuck him all over.
And we service about 10,000 residents all the way up in the northeast corner of Franklin County, the Hoover Dam area, although that has now been annexed by the city of Columbus.
And you told Ms. Stevens that you actually were a sergeant on shifts that the defendant, Connor Grubb, would work with you. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
How long did that assignment, where the two of you would have been working as officer and sergeant, how long did that last?
Essentially through his FTO period. Without looking at it, I think the majority of that was on second shift, which was my shift. And then I was generally assigned to that same shift. So essentially from his hire date in 2019.
So from 2019 until 2023, you would have supervised him on shifts and said maybe 3 times a week.
Yes, that would be the normal course.
Did you socialize with Connor Grubb outside of work?
During the period of time then, no.
Now do you?
I have on a few occasions since this incident happened, yes.
And as a sergeant for Blendon Township Police Department. are you
Since
a
that
member of
incident.
the
Ooh, that's
I am.
interesting.
How long have you been a member of the FOP?
Since my hire date.
After this incident on August 24, 2023, did you eventually meet with BCI special agents to talk about the case?
I did.
And did that happen on October 11th, 2023?
That does sound correct.
Do you remember Special Agent Douglas, Special Agent Mulford being there representing BCI?
I remember the names. I don't specifically remember them by face.
And you were there. Was there anyone else present for that interview?
Yes, an attorney of mine through the FOP.
During that interview, do you remember telling the agents that you did not recognize the woman who we now know as Miss Young when you approached the car?
Correct. I did not recognize her.
And I believe you also told those agents that although you had known about some prior thefts, you had no knowledge that she was involved in them.
That is correct. I had no knowledge that she was specifically involved in any prior thefts.
And I think you mentioned this. You also had told the agents back on October 11, 2023, that you did not perceive a threat to yourself during your interaction with Ms. Young. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I did not.
And you were asked about, is it contact and cover? Is that what you were asked about by Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, the terms that she used, yes.
Okay, what would you use as those terms?
No, that was it.
Okay, so in that scenario back on August 24, 2023, you would have been contact?
Yes.
It's important to know where your cover is?
Yes.
Okay. But on that interview on October 11, 2023, do you remember saying once Connor Grubb walked behind you, you did not really know where he was?
I do recall saying that, yes.
So at that point, you're doing the contact, but you really don't know where your cover is.
I also clarified that to be, I knew that he was generally on my left and generally in the front of the vehicle, but I could not have pinpointed exactly where.
And you agree that you never even drew your firearm prior to the shooting.
That is correct.
And then with respect to your contact with Ms. Young, at one point, would you agree she does roll down her window?
Yes.
And at that point, did you put your hand in the window?
I did.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor? Sergeant Moynihan, I'm going to show you what I've marked as Exhibit 81. It's a screen grab.
Mhm.
Well, would you agree it's a screen grab from your body-worn camera?
I agree.
And do you see your hand on the window in State's Exhibit 81?
I do.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may. Mr. Cooper, what number is that?
81. We hooked in? Okay, we try now. So Sergeant Moynihan, in State's Exhibit 81, a fair and accurate depiction of your hand after you held the window on August 24, 2020.
Yes,
Now, she didn't roll the window up on your hand at all, did she?
she did not.
And there was nothing preventing you from letting go of that window that day, was there?
There was not.
During that interview on October 11th, 2023, do you remember telling the agents that you were surprised that there was a shot?
The sound of the shot did surprise me. Yes,
So you weren't expecting a shot, but you agree?
correct.
And it was only after you heard the shot and started to move that you then drew your weapon. Is that correct?
After I heard the shot, saw Officer Grubb with his firearm out, then I drew my weapon as well.
And when you were communicating with Ms. Young, do you remember in the October 11th, 2023 interview saying you really didn't even hear Connor Grubb or anything he was saying in the front of the car?
I did say that, yes.
And you never left the driver's side window when you were talking to Ms. Young and walked to the front spot of the car, did you?
I never did, no.
You didn't choose to move from the driver's side window area to the front of the car.
I did not.
And I think you were asked some questions in that same interview we've been talking about individuals that were around the car. And at that time, I think you told us about the woman from Kroger, and that you remembered she was around the car. Would you agree?
Yes, talking about the
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this nonsense about like, was it a surprise to you? Yeah, like to anybody, like you don't expect guns to go off. Like, yeah, it's gonna catch up to you at a second. So it's just most cops have two pens. That's part of their uniform, you guys. So I don't know here. This is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So just keep it in mind. This is ridiculousness on the prosecutor's part.
the placement of other people in the parking lot, that conversation from the interview, yes.
But would you also agree that that key lockout that was happening, at that point, you didn't think they were in the picture?
If you asked me to describe where they were, they would have been, I guess, off to my right. I could not have told you specifically where they were.
Now, when Ms. Young was shot, does the car just move forward towards the Kroger?
Pretty much.
Yes, it continues rolling.
And isn't it true that at that point you didn't believe there was any control of that car by the driver?
So after I drew my weapon and issued verbal commands to make sure that there wasn't some ongoing or continuing threat that I had missed previously, I did not see any input from the driver, as I told the agents in that interview. I didn't see any brake lights. I didn't see any turning inputs. But
Ultimately, does the Lexus move forward and kind of stop into a pillar?
it strikes the building first, and then kind of turns with the momentum to be parallel with the building, if that makes sense.
When the Lexus first, there was a first stop and then ultimately the car goes forward. So I want to talk about that first stop. Were you and Connor Grubb attempting to get Miss Young out of the car.
Yes.
And at that point, was there a time when the car kind of moved forward when you were trying to get Miss Young out of the car?
When Officer Grubb was trying to get her out of the car, yes, because of the pillar you mentioned, there wasn't enough room in there for both of us without potentially getting crushed around that or enough room to work. So he was trying to get her out, and the vehicle lurched forward again, kind of scraping the wall until it came to rest again against a abutment.
And during that series of events, did you see Officer Grubb fall to the ground?
I don't recall seeing that.
When you were kneeling on the ground to provide assistance to Miss Young, was that in the area where the car ultimately came to rest?
So it came to rest on the covered sidewalk portion in front of the building. And after she was out of the car, we drug her a short bit away. I think I was in the parking lot area.
Let me ask it this way, Sergeant Moynihan. When you started to trigger a pulse to provide emergency care, was that the same area where ultimately you started CPR?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in that same spot once you're down trying to assist Miss Young.
Yes.
And you were never down on the ground when the car kind of paused prior to that. Like the car kind of pauses because it's a little bit stuck and then it kind of goes forward. That's what I'm talking about. So
Okay. Yes. Fair enough.
First area before it goes to its final resting place, you never kneeled there.
I never did. No.
And ultimately, you only were assisting Miss Young when she came out of the car. You got her out of the car where we see the blood stains.
Yes. Yeah.
There's been some discussion about hearing the sound of tires in this case. Would you agree that on October 11, 2023, when you talked to the agents from BCI, you had said on August 24, 2023, I never heard that?
Yeah, that is true. During the incident, I didn't recall hearing the screeching tires. It wasn't until after I reviewed the video that I could hear it.
And you never heard the words that Connor Grubb was using when he was to your left in the front of the car?
Correct.
And you were standing right outside of the car while Miss Young was inside of the car,
Yes.
and you couldn't hear his words.
Well, I didn't remember what he was saying. I couldn't have told you what he was saying. I was focused on what I was trying to accomplish at the time, and I just could not have told you in real time without watching the video what he had said.
Were you given the opportunity to watch that body-worn camera, first of all, yours, after this incident?
I was.
And did you watch your own body-worn camera prior to talking to the agents on October 11, 2023?
I did.
Had you also been given the opportunity to review Connor Grubb's body-worn camera prior to that October 11, 2023 interview with BCI?
Yes.
How many times do you think you watched your own body-worn camera?
Prior to that date or since? All the way? Okay. So, I mean, prior to the interview, I only watched maybe 2 or 3 times. Not very much. I wanted it to be more of what I recalled about the incident and less of what I studied on video about the incident. Since then, I've watched it several more times. I would feel comfortable saying maybe 10 for each, and I would add the Kroger security video in there as well.
So you were able to watch the Kroger security video. Was that prior to October 11, 2023 when you met with BCI?
I think I saw a portion of that video, but I don't know that I watched the whole thing until just recent weeks.
And who showed you your own body-worn camera? How did you get access to that?
My FOP attorney.
And with respect to Officer Grubb's body-worn camera, who gave you access to that?
Same FOP attorney.
What about the Kroger surveillance video?
Same FOP attorney.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Sergeant Moynihan.
Maybe direct.
Well, that was good.
Yeah, inquire. Thank you. Sir, is this the first time that I'm meeting you?
Yes,
I'm not your FOP attorney.
you are not?
Anything that your FOP attorney did or didn't do change how you remembered everything that day?
No,
I never sent you a letter for a pretrial conference.
you did not.
You mentioned to Ms. Claypool that you gave an oral statement to BCI lead agent Douglas. Do you remember speaking to her about that?
Yes,
Sir, was that a full voluntary statement?
it was.
Would you be surprised if I told you that you gave Agent Douglas a full voluntary statement for 37 minutes?
No, that sounds right.
You were asked asked on on cross-examination by Ms. Claypool if you socialized with Connor Grubb. Would you lie for Connor Grubb?
No.
When you were giving CPR and instituting life-saving measures on the driver of that vehicle, sir, were you kneeling?
I was
Were you kneeling on your shins or your knees?
on my knees.
And you were putting the pressure on your knees, is that correct?
Yes, part of CPR, you're literally using your upper half body weight, so the pressure would be more forward on your knees. In my experience and many times of doing CPR.
Sir, was the driver of that vehicle free to go when both you and Connor had approached that vehicle?
Nope.
No.
Ms. Claypool asked that you didn't fire your weapon. Do you remember those questions?
That's not true.
You weren't standing where Connor was standing on August 24th, 2023, were you?
I was not.
The car wasn't trying to hit you, was it?
No.
Were you surprised that the car tried to hit Connor Grubb?
I was surprised when it lurched forward. Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Any questions as a result of those? All right, you can step down. Thank you. Leave everything there. You can take your water bottle.
Thank you.
Yeah. What were you hiding in 37 minutes, sir?
Any other witnesses at this time?
At this point in time, we would, no, this actually, so sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for today. If you can be back here 8:45, and you guys are unbelievable job getting here on time and being ready. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted. Have a good weekend.
All right.
All right, chat. So, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, whatever you do, don't talk to the cops, even when you are the cops.
Everyone can have a seat. A couple things. Do we have my jury instructions and everything?
Here's one.
No. That's what I was asking. I'm speaking to, a couple things. We'll give you some jury instructions for you guys to look over this weekend because you have nothing else to do. Also, do you guys have a clean laptop?
I was told I need to request one. The prosecutor's office say I will have one.
From Brent County prosecutors? Okay.
Just to clarify, Judge, is that for during a deliberation?
Yes, yes. I don't want to keep bringing the jury in and out of here and having us play various things they want to take a look at. And I don't know how you guys are, Mark's not, but the rest of you guys are computer literate and I'm not. I don't know whether we've played so many different, both the experts have played. I don't know whether we're going to just put those in the icons that they can take a look at the, I don't know how you guys want to do it.
We can talk about it in our.
Because we can put everything on the laptop, but the clean laptop's not going to allow them to access the internet or anything like that.
We'll discuss that with it.
Okay, well, just what I've been thinking about. We need to talk, and then you're going to, we can do it next week, but give everything that you plan on admitting in the evidence. I've kept track since you gave me a checklist, so, and then are you guys, we can talk about that next week, but I'm just trying to get all the evidence.
We'll get our list together as well. Ms. Stevens has it right.
I figured that. Anything else?
Thank you, Judge.
You guys have a good weekend.
All right.
And that's kind of normal, guys. Judge's like, all right, I'm out of here going to play golf. See ya. So there you go. And then that's kind of it for what we have there. We can go on to the next day if you guys want. I don't know. What are you guys thinking tonight? Did Dana Carvey become a judge? Har, 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 har. And these people have no idea what D-Ban is. Yes. But no, guys, having that basically a blanked out laptop and you want an air gapped laptop is critical in evidence stuff because you don't want the jury fucking around on a laptop. It's a serious problem because they will look. All right, so we'll keep going. All right, we'll keep going. We'll keep going here. So let's see what we got next. Okay, so now we need... Okay, so we got to this day. Now we got to this, the 17th. So this was last Monday, chat. Last Monday.
The state would have objection to
Received.
Who do we have here? Okay, yeah, we haven't gotten to it. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Let's do this, chat. I will say, yes, apparently massive win for DSP today Asmongold let him fucking walk all over. So congrats to Phil. Phil Dub.
Testimony as it relates to certain portions of Mr. Davis's report, which contain hearsay statements from Kroger employee witness who has not yet testified in this matter, as well as information that he contains in the report related to video from inside Kroger Supermarket cameras, again, which has not been discussed or been in court at this point, as well as analysis of what I'll see or crash data retrieval information, which again has not been admitted or testified before now in court in this trial. So we would object to testimony from Mr. Davis as it relates to
Oh, here we go.
objection to testimony as it relates to certain portions of Mr. Davis's report, which contain hearsay statements from Kroger employee witness who has not yet testified in trial in this matter, as well as information that he contains in his report relating to video from inside Kroger surveillance cameras, again, which has not been discussed or admitted in court up to this point, as well as an analysis of what I'll call CDR or crash data retrieval information, which again has not been admitted or testified before now in court in this trial. So we would object to testimony from Mr. Davis as it relates to those hearsay statements, video, or analysis of what happens inside the store or the crash data information. I think Ms. Stevens has indicated she does not intend to go into that, is my understanding. So I think that's been set aside if you vote on it. The other thing that the state has an objection to, Your Honor, is over the weekend on Saturday, we received a large amount of what I'll call screenshots from various video, which is my understanding that the defense intends to go over with Mr. Davis in his testimony and get his analysis, for lack of a better word, of what those screenshots depict. Those screenshots were not contained within any of his 3 reports that he's updated reports as recently as this weekend. The screenshots were not contained there, nor his explanation of the analysis that he would presumably give on the stand as to those. So we would object to that as being new analysis, new information we've not been privy to up to this point, as well as the fact, Your Honor, that the state's experts have not had a chance and will not have a chance to review and digest whatever analysis he would give on the screenshots and rebut that if appropriate.
Mayor, respond, Your Honor.
You may.
First and foremost, those screenshots were included in his report that Mr. Davis did in fact review the body worn camera. He did an analysis which was in fact contained in his report. And furthermore, Your Honor, this is not based on any type of new evidence or new information. All of the state experts who have testified have indicated their conclusions as to what their body worn cameras had shown.
No, they wouldn't have seen the video inside the Kroger. It's not relevant for them to determine whether or not she stole the stuff. That would just been that would have been prejudicial, but also confusing to the jury because it has no bearing. Connor was told this woman's shoplifting by the shop security. That's enough. But no, I would love to have seen it. You know, it would have helped a lot, but they didn't get to see it.
We're going to ask
What
Mr.
I can
Davis
tell.
how the body worn camera analysis came into play with his conclusions and ask him to review the body worn camera. That's simply what we're doing. And that has been provided to the state. I did provide a copy of the screenshots that were based off of the body worn camera that Kevin Davis did in fact review, and I provided to those to them on Saturday.
Well, to the extent you're not going to inquire into out-of-court statement hearsays.
I'm gonna just tell them that's okay. I'm sorry, nothing from inside the store, nothing from, don't repeat what was told, what hearsay from the Kroger.
Yeah, and just so the court.
And no CDR.
Yeah, and just so the court where I've already been told that. I'm more than happy to sort of refresh your memory before you.
Why don't you do that? Okay.
The other stuff's okay.
I don't know what screenshots are they from,
They're just on the body worn cameras, Your Honor,
of who?
of both Moynihan and Conrad.
And those have all, they've essentially been a minute and shown.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them that.
Yes, why don't you?
I was like, the truth.
Real time's working. All right, let's go get the jury.
rise.
Everyone can have a seat. Everyone have a nice weekend?
Yes.
Hopefully you're not a Bengals or Browns fan. Any further witnesses on behalf of the defense? If you're a Buckeye fan, it's still looking good. Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Kevin R. is in Robert Davis. That's Davis.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about yourself, sir?
Well, I'm a retired law enforcement officer. From 1982 until 1990, I was a deputy sheriff for the Summit County Sheriff's Department. In 1990, I was hired by the Akron Police Department. I worked there until April of 2021. So for 31 years, I worked for Akron PD.
What do you do now, sir?
I'm a consultant and expert witness and trainer that trains law enforcement officers on use of force.
So you mentioned that you started in the 1980s. How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Well, not counting what I do now, it was 39 years.
I want to talk to you about the different positions you've had within the
He's
field of law
on.
enforcement. Can you walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through those positions?
Certainly, I started out working for the Sheriff's Department. I worked in corrections at the Summit County Jail, where I did direct supervision of inmates in the jail. I then transferred to road patrol, where I worked uniform patrol in about 4 different townships in Summit County, southern and northern Summit County. I then was hired by the Akron Police Department. Had to go through a second academy at Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy in London, Ohio. And then I was assigned to, once I was sworn in, was assigned to evening patrol from 7:30 at night till 3:30 in the morning in downtown area of Akron. And then when I got my regular partner on the east side of Akron, I then a new unit formed somewhere around 93, which was originally it was called the Uniform Narcotics Unit, designed to specifically target the high crime area and back then open air drug markets in the city of Akron. Later on, we changed our name to Street Narcotics Uniform Detail, or SNUD Unit. And I did that for 6.5 years. Collateral with that, after about a year or so, I was selected to become a member of the Akron Police Department SWAT team, which I did for about 12.5 years. I would later on become the lead instructor for the SWAT team and a team leader. As I said, I did that for about 12.5 years. I transferred from the SNUD unit after 6.5 years to the Akron Police Department Training Bureau, where I worked for about 19 years. I was the primary use of force instructor. That was the hands-on or subject control. I became the senior firearms instructor. I taught building searches, traffic stops, the legal aspects of use of force, a variety of different topics.
Did you ever teach police cadets at the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy?
Yes, I taught in Ohio. You have certified academies. Akron had their own. University of Akron had one, and I taught at both of those. I taught just briefly for the Kent State University Academy, and then I was hired as an adjunct instructor for after a number of years. I think it was like 2009.
Yes, he was.
Where I worked
Lead
for
unit.
OPATA, it's called, in the Ridgefield campus, up in the northern campus of Summit County. And I did that for 4 or more years, where I taught a variety of different subjects, from use of force investigations to practical aspects of arrest and control, firearms, everything from pistol, revolver, shotgun, submachine gun, carbine. I taught all of that, SWAT tactics, a variety of different subjects.
Did you use the acronym OPATIC?
OPATA, yeah, correct.
OPATA, I apologize. And what does that stand for?
Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy.
You mentioned some of the fields that you train police cadets in. I want to go over those. Do you train them in use of force?
I did. I'm kind of retired. I did for a long time, and you get old, and I no longer teach in basic academies, but I taught them in arrest and control tactics. Yes.
What about, you mentioned firearms earlier?
I did. I was actually through OPATA, I became a train the trainer, so I was able to certify instructors for the state of Ohio.
Defensive tactics?
Yes.
Active shooter and rapid deployment?
Akron's pretty well, Akron's rough. Like, it could be really fucking rough in spots. So yeah, overall, it's not a nice town.
employment?
Yes.
What about, you mentioned that you were,
Summit County, where Akron is not as like rough and tumble as Cuyahoga County and Cleveland, but like they fucking get it on down there, man. Like people get clipped.
a SWAT team lead. Did you ever train with respect to other SWAT teams?
Yes, I taught not only at OPATA for tactical operators or tactical team members, but also for the Ohio Tactical Officers Association.
Have you been published in your field, Mr. Davis?
I have. One time I wrote for all the periodicals, Law and Order, Tactical Response, a variety of different online portals, Law Officer, Officer.com. I also wrote a book on use of force investigations.
Do other experts in your field rely on those authored works by you?
Yes, proudly my book is required reading from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, and their use of force instructor program.
Have you presented at conferences on use of force with regards to whether or not a use of force decision was reasonable?
Yes.
Do you belong to any professional organizations within the field of law enforcement?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Law Enforcement Educators and Trainers Association, or ILETA, and also AFI, or the Association of Force Investigators.
Have you won any awards recognizing you for any type of achievements within law enforcement?
Yes.
What are those, sir?
In 2018, I was given the Distinguished Training Award by the Attorney General's Office in Ohio. And in 2019, I was inducted into the National Law Enforcement Hall of Fame as Trainer of the Year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you testified as a use of force expert here in the state of Ohio?
Yes, throughout the state of Ohio.
In municipal court?
Yes.
What about common police courts?
Yes, I can't even recall how many different counties now that I've testified in.
How about federal courts, sir?
Yes,
Have you been declared an expert in each realm of those courts?
that is correct.
Have you testified in other states as well?
Yes,
Both federally and at the state level?
yes,
So you travel across the country testifying.
probably too much if you ask my wife.
Have you given opinions in those cases as a use of force expert based on your training and experience as an expert to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
I have, yes.
And is any opinion you offer today going to be to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
It will, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender Mr. Davis as an expert in law enforcement training.
He can render his opinions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Davis, I want to talk about how you determine whether or not to consult on a case. What process do you use to determine whether or not to take on a case?
Well, I don't solicit cases. In other words, I don't call attorneys. I usually get a call or an email from a law group asking if I'm interested in working on a case. Before I am retained, I ask to review as much material as I can about the case. So many attorneys send just videotapes, and that's not enough to render opinion. So I want the maximum amount of information that they have at that time in order to say whether I can work on the case or not.
Sure. So fair to say you like to review the material before you make the decision to take on a case as a consultant.
Yes.
Have you reviewed use of force cases and decided not to take them?
Yes. So the last couple of years, I have looked at cases and told the attorneys, I can't defend your client.
Have you examined use of force cases and found that the use of force then was unreasonable?
Yes, or at least not anything that I could work on, yes.
For myself and Mr. Collins too, right? We've certainly consulted you on cases where you've said, hey, I can't take that case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So just because you agreed to work on a case does not mean you formulated an opinion at that time that you're getting these materials that you like to review. Is that fair?
Well, the way discovery works is you get a little bit of information at the beginning, and then it trickles in. As more and more information comes in, it may change things. But by and large, if I have the investigative report and as much information as I can, at the onset, it allows me to formulate an opinion. Unless something else comes up that changes that opinion, then I'll work on a case.
Do you charge a fee for your work, sir?
I do, yes.
What is that retainer fee?
It is $3,500.
Is that industry standard for consultants in your field?
I charge too little. It's industry standard or thereabouts.
Does that retainer fee come with an opinion attached?
Absolutely not. Well, let me rephrase. An opinion one way or another, but no guarantee.
Sure. Do you charge a fee to testify?
I do, yes.
And is that fee industry standard?
Less than most.
Have you worked on cases, sir, on behalf of law enforcement officers in the past?
I have, yes.
Have you worked on cases against law enforcement officers in the past?
Yes, I have not only testified at termination hearings that resulted in officers losing their jobs, but I've also recently been retained in a case of excessive force on an officer.
So after you get the material and decide to take a case, what's your next step in the process of how you review a case?
Well, as I said, it's not a boom, you get everything in one big package. It's a trickle, and that's as the state develops the material too. But in this case, in many cases in Ohio, they're investigated by Ohio BCI or Bureau of Criminal Investigation. And usually when I get that investigative packet, it's pretty detailed and has a lot of information, including everything from witness statements at that point to scene analysis and diagrams and photos and videos, et cetera. So the more I get, and it's a continuing process because even before trial, you're getting new things to review.
Now, were you eventually provided all of the material that you felt you needed in order to come to an opinion in this case?
I don't know if I got all of the material, but I got enough to make an educated opinion, yes.
And did you make us aware of what your initial opinion was?
I did, yes.
Did we ask you to prepare a report?
You did, yes.
And did you prepare a report?
I have, yes.
Is this the same process, sir, you go through for each and every type of case that you evaluate?
It is, yes.
And is this process accepted in your field?
It is, yes.
Now, I want to get to your opinion, sir. What opinion did you come to after analyzing all the materials with respect to Connor Grubb's use of force on August 24th, 2023?
That although it was a tragic incident, that the Officer Grubb's actions were within generally accepted practices, within the Blendon Township policy and procedure, and within the laws of the state of Ohio, as well as the legal standards on police use of force.
You used the phrase generally accepted practices. I want to talk about generally accepted police practices and how they relate to this case. Where do we get generally accepted police practices from?
Well, this is kind of a contested.
Turn off your phones.
Uh-oh. Turn off your phones, chat.
So sorry, so you said, well, this is kind of a contested.
Yeah, the generally accepted police practices and standards are kind of contested because, in my opinion, in Ohio, for a law enforcement officer in Ohio, you would have, first of all, the constitutional standards. Those are the Supreme Court decisions that inform police officers on use of force, both deadly and non-deadly. Then we look at state law. There are other Supreme Court precedents, but then we look at state law and then agency policy. These would be the things that would inform or create generally accepted police practices and standards. Some things aren't covered by that. There's no book on certain things like tactics. There's no book on where to stand, how to approach, et cetera. There are recommendations, but what happens is that opinion enters into there, and these should be looked at in an objective way, not subjective. In other words, I may have a different opinion than somebody else about tactics, but in reality, is it within the law and generally accepted standards?
So it sounds like the generally accepted standards you said come from constitutional standards and state law. Would you agree with that?
Yes, those are the legal standards, absolutely.
And do you train police cadets as to what those standards are?
I have, yes, as well as in-service officers.
And that's, again, here in the state of Ohio?
That is, yes. And throughout the country, I've trained law enforcement officers.
Now, earlier you discussed the various aspects that you have trained police cadets on with respect to tactics and use of force. Do you know how many hours of training cadets need to complete at the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy in order to be certified to enforce the laws here in the state of Ohio?
There is a minimum number of hours. I think it's around 740 hours minimum that the state requires in their curriculum. But agencies are allowed to exceed that. For instance, Akron Police Department Academy exceeds that. I'm sure that Columbus does as well by adding agency-specific training in there, as well as say there's 80 hours of firearms training required. The agency may feel that that's the minimum number, but not sufficient for their officers, so they exceed that. And it's usually in those areas like hands-on control tactics, firearms, the law, et cetera, that agencies or academies exceed that.
And do agencies continue to train their officers yearly?
They should. They should. Ohio has this new program called Continuing Professional Training, or CPT, where they require hours that agencies do, not just in the past. Unfortunately, agencies would just do firearms qualification each year, and that's about the only training they would give their officers. CPT requires that they either attend hands-on or through the computer by streaming various programs each year.
Why is there so much training, sir?
I would argue that there's not enough training. That
of course, there's not enough training.
Unfortunately, it's a budgetary thing because the longer a cadet is in the basic academy, the longer he is not on the street. And agencies, especially today, are really pushed to get officers out on the street.
Earlier, you mentioned you train cadets with respect to constitutional standards. What are we talking about here? What constitutional standards do you train cadets on?
Well, there's a variety of different things. My specialty is use of force, which is a Fourth Amendment question. During my career, that has changed. Early in my career, it was the 14th Amendment, or due process, and the standard was shock to conscience. In 1985, the Supreme Court looked at use of force, specifically deadly force, in Tennessee versus Garner. And they said that the shooting was a seizure. In other words, the officer shot a subject in the head, and that seized the person. And because of that, the Fourth Amendment applied. The Fourth Amendment is the objective reasonableness standard. That was echoed in 1989 in the Graham case, Graham v. Connor, and that applied the Fourth Amendment seizure test or objective reasonableness to non-deadly use of force. And since then, we've had other cases.
What about here in the state of Ohio, sir? How do you, what specifically here in Ohio dictates how you train police cadets?
Well, Ohio has a curriculum. You have cadets and in service as well. And the CPT training required that in-service officers get legal training as well. But once again, that curriculum is written by the Ohio Peace Officers Training Commission, and it includes those standards I've talked about, the Fourth Amendment, Graham v. Connor, Tennessee versus Garner, and a variety of other cases.
Any cases here in this state in particular with respect to use of force?
Yes, the White case, State of Ohio v. White, that applied. One of the issues in the past with the Graham v. Connor case was it was a civil case. And the State of Ohio v. White, the Supreme Court in Ohio applied Graham v. Connor to criminal cases in the state of Ohio. So State v. White, and it really fleshed out Graham v. Connor and the standards quite a bit.
I want to talk about a couple cases, cases that you just mentioned, sir. You mentioned Tennessee versus Garner. What specific generally accepted police practices do you get or do you train police cadets on from Tennessee versus Garner?
But once again, the application of the Fourth Amendment to the use of deadly force, saying that shooting was, if it struck the person, it was a seizure, or if the person complied with, in other words, through means forcibly applied or the person complies, you have a seizure. But in the Tennessee versus Garner case, it was that in order to use deadly force, officers had to have probable cause that a crime involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious bodily harm had been committed, and that force was necessary to seize that person to bring them into custody, and where applicable or where possible, some type of warning is given. That's the Tennessee versus Garner case.
And is that a generally accepted police practice?
It is throughout the country.
You mentioned Graham versus Connor. What type of generally accepted police practices come from Graham versus Connor?
Well, Graham v. Connor once again applied the Fourth Amendment. The subject, DeThorne Graham, was not under arrest. The officer had reasonable suspicion to believe that a theft offense had been committed based on DeThorne Graham's action. He was actually a diabetic, was going into insulin reaction, and had kind of rushed out of a convenience store, which attracted Officer Connor's attention. Officer Connor tried to stop him. Graham did some interesting things because he was going into this diabetic reaction, and force was used upon him. And that was the first time that the Supreme Court had applied the Fourth Amendment or objective reasonableness standard to use of non-deadly force.
What does that standard say? How does that standard equate to you analyzing this case?
Well, in Graham v. Connor, there's a variety.
In chat, Graham v. Connor, if you guys listen to John Bryan, the civil rights lawyer, he mentions that all the time. That's one of the cases. There's also Tennessee v. Garner. That's one of those are like the two big cases for use of force. That's where you start as a cop. So, but yes, it's a very interesting set of facts for Graham v. Connor.
Different things. It looks at the totality of the circumstances. It looks at what's called the Graham factors. It looks at the officer's perceptions, and it weighs. You balance the person's right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizure with the state's countervailing need to apprehend the person. So that's a balancing test. And there's a variety of different things, such as not to be viewed in hindsight, etc.
Now, you mentioned the Graham factors. How do the Graham factors come into your analysis? And what are the Graham factors?
Well, the so-called Graham factors are referred to by the Supreme Court, but it's not an exhaustive list. The Supreme Court in Graham said that reasonableness, which is what we're talking about, is incapable of precise definition or mechanical application. So there's no precise answer to reasonableness. However, factors, and it's a non-exhaustive list, are severity of the crime in question, whether the subject posed an immediate threat to the officer or others, and whether the person was actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. These are called the Graham factors, but there are other things that can factor in. That's totality of the circumstances.
And you teach police cadets about these Graham factors?
I do, yes. Not just cadets, but officers, in-service officers throughout the country.
Did you analyze the Graham factors here in this case?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about those one by one. You mentioned the first one was severity of the crime in question. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
Well, oftentimes police officers, in an initial encounter with the subject, say it's a jaywalking. A person, a city is asking beat officers or foot patrol officers to enforce jaywalking because they have a problem with it in the downtown area. And so the officer attempts to stop this person, to cite them or to question them about the jaywalking. And the person produces a gun and tries to shoot the officer. It's not the severity of the original crime, jaywalking, but it's what actually happened, transpired, which is attempted murder of the police officer. So when we talk about severity, oftentimes innocuous situations like suspicious persons, and even more things like domestic violence, an officer may go in there to make a arrest for a misdemeanor, but then end up in a fight for their life.
Did you analyze the severity of the crime at issue here?
I did, yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found with respect to your analysis to that first gram factor of severity of the crime at issue?
Well, Ms. Young committed a felonious assault, in my opinion, when she intentionally drove her car into Officer Grubb. That's caused or attempted to cause serious physical harm. Because she did that in the commission of a theft offense, that would be aggravated robbery, using serious physical harm in the commission of a theft offense.
Are those crimes severe here in the state?
Yes, they're both felonies.
I want to move on to factor number 2. What was the second gram factor that you analyzed?
Whether the person poses an immediate threat to the officer or others.
Sir, what do you mean by threat?
Well, threat is pretty obvious that the person through their actions will cause, and this is viewed in the officer's shoes at that time. In other words, what that officer knew. They have reasonable perceptions to believe that the person was posing a threat of death or serious bodily harm. When we talk about a gun, that's obvious. When we talk about a baseball bat, that may be something different, but an obvious threat to the officer.
So you mentioned that whether the suspect posed an immediate threat. We just talked about threat. What do you mean by the word immediate?
Well, immediate and imminent are used pretty much the same in Ohio, meaning that it's ongoing. Imminent is actually that it's pending or
Chad, is it going too fast? It's 1.25. If I need to slow it down, please tell me. It's only 1.25 right now.
it's happening. Immediate is right here and right now.
I can slow it down, not a problem.
In those cases, an immediate or imminent threat. I'm sorry, in the state of Ohio, an imminent threat or pending assault would be a deadly threat.
Now, what did you find here with respect to that second gram factor of whether the suspect posed an immediate threat to the officer or others?
Yes, once Ms. Young unfortunately accelerated into Officer Grubb, that was an immediate threat based on the vehicle, the acceleration into an officer standing there.
And what do generally accepted police practices say for an officer to do when they're confronted with an immediate threat to themselves or to others?
Well, depending on, there's a variety, that's a wide-ranging question, but obviously if they believe that the suspect, reasonably believe that the suspect poses a threat of death or serious bodily harm, then they can respond with deadly force.
So did the suspect pose an immediate threat to the officer or others here?
I believe Ms. Young did, yes.
And specifically, sir, what was that threat?
It was the 2008 Lexus ES sedan.
Is there a difference between a perceived threat and an actual threat?
Well, an officer is allowed, for instance, if the officer perceives that the suspect is reaching into his waistband to access something, in his reasonable perceptions, a handgun, for instance, and coming out, then that is a perceived threat. And that can be enough based on the totality of the circumstance for an officer to use deadly force. That's State of Ohio v. White. The subject did not have a gun, was reaching, and the officer shot the subject. An actual is when the gun comes out or is firing towards an officer.
So was there a perceived or an actual threat here?
Well, this was an actual ongoing threat.
Why do you say it was actual and ongoing, sir?
Because Ms. Young was accelerating into the officer.
Was it
who a pedestrian
actual?
standing in the parking lot.
I want to talk about cars in general as threats. Can a car be a deadly weapon?
Under some circumstances, based on the subject's actions, yes.
How much did the car, the 2008 Lexus ES sedan, weigh, if you know?
It's in my report. I think it was over in excess of 3,500 pounds.
Do cars injure or kill police officers every year?
Oh, yes. Not only accidentally, unfortunately, we've lost several Ohio officers that have been hit directing traffic or helping disabled motorists, et cetera. That's accidental. Intentionally, in my report, I document that for the 10 years from 2014 to 2023, 47 officers were killed by vehicles, throughout the United States, intentionally killed by subjects. This is less than handguns, but more than rifles used against officers, more than shotguns used against officers, more than knives. So vehicles and vehicle-borne threats, as we can just see from the news recently, are a real threat to law enforcement officers. Are
in-service officers as well as police cadets trained on how vehicles can be deadly weapons?
Well, some of that is common sense, and it would depend on the agency. But yes, that's normally covered. It's a real danger, and traffic stops are the source of a lot of training in the state of Ohio because of the risks involved.
But with officers knowing that these vehicles can cause serious bodily harm or death, shouldn't officers just be trained to let the person go?
Yeah, that's not normally an option in law enforcement. We have issues such as nonfeasance or malfeasance, where failure to enforce a law could lead to the officer being charged or disciplined. So normally, we just don't let criminal suspects drive away.
In your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, sir, have you responded to people being hit by cars?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you seen serious injuries been caused by people being hit by cars?
Yes, I've seen a person actually being, the end result after a person was driven over where they actually rolled underneath the transmission of the vehicle.
Based on your experience, can even a slow-moving car cause serious injuries?
Oh, yes.
So we've been through the first 2 Graham factors, the severity of the crime at issue, and whether the suspect posed an immediate threat. I want to talk about the 3rd Graham factor. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that 3rd Graham factor is.
Whether the person is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight.
What does actively resisting arrest mean?
Well, it could be a variety of different things, but it could be passively resisting, as in a sit-in demonstrator who refuses to get up, or it could be somebody that's actively assaulting or attacking an officer. So that would be equate to actively resisting. Yeah.
What about refusing to comply with an order? Would you classify that as resisting arrest?
It is. I mean, everything from trying to intimidate an officer into verbal threats or verbal communication of "I'm not doing it" or other more combative terms.
Based on the materials that you reviewed, sir, did Sergeant Moynihan and Connor Grubb give orders on that day?
Yes, I think I counted on Moynihan's video 11 different commands for Miss Young to get out of the vehicle.
Were those orders lawful?
Oh, yes.
Why so?
In the state of Ohio and nationally, once again, generally accepted police practices, when an officer has reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime is being or about to be committed, the officer can detain the person. They don't have probable cause at that point to make an arrest. They can lawfully order the person to stop. And if that person is in a vehicle, they can lawfully order the person to exit the vehicle.
So did the suspect resist arrest here based on the information that you analyzed?
Yes. Well, not only verbally and physically by not complying with the sergeant's lawful orders, but also resisted by assault by driving into Officer Grubb.
You mentioned the 3rd Graham factor has an actively resisting part or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean by attempting to evade arrest by flight?
Well, this can be, say the suspect is on foot. This can be everything from the guy or gal trying to run away, or it can be, pushing the officer trying to get away, or in a vehicle attempting to drive away.
Did the suspect do that here?
Yes.
So is it, in recap, Mr. Davis, are all 3 Graham factors here?
Well, all 3 are in every case, but engaged this, we have felony crimes, including crime of violence and severity. We have an immediate threat by driving into the police officer, and we have a subject that was actively resisting arrest or detention.
You mentioned earlier that it has to be evaluated in the officer's shoes at that time. How do the 3 Graham factors come into your analysis and your opinion with respect to how it's viewed at the reasonable officer in Connor's shoes on August 24th, 2023?
Now, the question is would a reasonably prudent and well-trained officer in the exact same circumstance have used the amount of force that Officer Grubb did at that time? That's the question put in his shoes, not based on hindsight. In other words, we don't look back later on and say, oh, he could have done this, he should have done that, et cetera. We're saying at that moment, based on the totality of circumstances officer's reasonable perceptions, was that use of force reasonable?
And what's your answer to that, sir?
That it was. And unfortunately, the use of deadly force was reasonable.
Now, you mentioned earlier about the Ohio Supreme Court case, State versus White. What are the generally accepted police practices contained in State versus White?
Well, it's quite an extensive opinion by the court, but one of the important things is that it talks about even the most erudite police practices expert cannot couch their opinion in rearward-looking or hindsight-based analysis of what the officer could have, should have, or would have done. That's not the question. The question is what the officer did, was that within a range of objectively reasonable use of force?
So you just said could have, should have, or would have done. That seems to me like you're talking about tactics. Did you analyze tactics in this situation?
Well, you look at tactics because that's part of the totality of the circumstances, but I found no legal breach in the tactics. And as I said earlier, tactics are subjective. In other words, standing here, standing there, there's no yellow footprints to tell officers where to stand. There's no, even in basic training, there's no thing, you shall do this, you shall do that. In terms of tactics, they're subjective. And as long as they're within the law, then the tactics, what we often find is that people do what's called tactical debriefs. In other words, they go back and look at tactics. Say, this is officer created jeopardy. The officer, if he wouldn't have stood here, then the use of force may not have become necessary. And that's not the question in an analysis on a use of force. We're talking about the seizure, not general police practices.
Now, you just mentioned the positioning. You're aware, sir, that Connor Grubb was positioned in front of Miss Young's vehicle that day, right?
I am, yes.
What did you find with respect to his position, if anything?
Well, once again, it's much of what officers do is based on context or environment or situation. In this case, And oftentimes, if you've ever tried to back out of a parking spot and can't see the oncoming traffic because of the dark tint of the windows, you know that an officer cannot see into the vehicles very well, and this is a problem for law enforcement. So what we want with positioning, there's a concept called contact cover. Sergeant Moynihan was doing the contact. He was at the driver's window engaging with Ms. Young on and asking her to exit the vehicle. And what we wanted from Officer Grubber, what we would ask is cover, that he provide the sergeant cover. And when you position for cover, you want what's called a triangulation of fire without a crossfire situation. For instance, based on the circumstances, going around to the passenger side and trying to look in and see the driver would have subjected Sergeant Moynihan to crossfire situation. Standing in back of the vehicle, I doubt if anything could be seen based on the tint of the car windows. So moving around in front or towards the front of the vehicle is a tactically sound thing to do based on the context, based on the totality of the circumstances.
Is it lawful to be in front of that car?
Oh, yes. Police officers do it every day. I mean, in downtown Columbus, I'm sure you have traffic control officers. It's dangerous to get in front of cars, but it's something that police officers do routinely.
Oh, is it really that bad? They're just hammering the point home, and this guy's scoring the points here, though.
You just said it was permissible, but is it an effective place to cover being in front of the car?
It can be. For instance, contextually, a subject is in a car.
Pretty much. Baby girl wanted to fucking play hood rat game. She wanted to play these games. She got a prize. And yeah, she did hear them the 11 other times. They 100% told her to get out. They told her to get out. Yes, this is yellow paint mode, pretty much. So, this is really kind of where we are now. But yeah, I don't feel bad at any of this point to say this is good. At this point, really.
In a parking deck backed up towards a concrete wall, there's no way for an officer to maneuver around the rear of the vehicle. So an officer approaches from the front. These are contextual questions.
Why shouldn't he have positioned himself right next to Sergeant Moynihan?
It could have, but it would have made a crowded situation. It could have done a lot of different things. But the question is positioning in front of the vehicle, was it lawful? Yes. Was it tactically sound? Yes. And based on the circumstances.
Was it reasonable?
I believe so, yes.
Did you analyze anything with respect to timing in this situation?
Yes, I looked at the time based on the body-worn camera videos and the amount of time based on the beginning roll of Ms. Young's vehicle and then the acceleration into Officer Grubb and overall time.
What did you find with respect to overall time? How fast did that happen?
Well, I can refer to my report to give specifics if that's okay. The entire time from first contact of Sergeant Moynihan until we see the bullet defect or the bullet hole in the windshield was about 22 and a half seconds. That's the overall time from Sergeant Moynihan's original contact to the bullet defect appearing on the window.
What was the time from when Young accelerated into Grubb to the shot that he fired in the situation?
From that time, original acceleration was about a second and a half.
You said 1.5 seconds?
1.6, I believe I have.
Thank you. And what does Graham say, Mr. Davis, or what do generally accepted police practices say about that 1.6 seconds?
Well, Graham specifically refers that officers are oftentimes forced to make decisions in circumstances which are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. And certainly once Ms. Young accelerated into Officer Grubb, that was a tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving situation.
Earlier, you mentioned a term called officer-created jeopardy. What does the generally accepted police practices say about officer-created jeopardy?
It doesn't. You won't find officer-created jeopardy in the basic academy curriculum in the state of Ohio. You won't find it throughout the United States in curriculum that I know of and in training. Officers are aware of it, but it's primarily an academic proposed thing that officers, by way of their actions, create the jeopardy which led to the shooting. But that's not the law, and that's not generally accepted police practices and standards.
Any constitutional standard or law by which that mentions officer-created jeopardy?
And we recently had this year the Barnes v. Felix case, which came out. Law enforcement training was looking at this as to whether the Supreme Court was going to rule on officer-created jeopardy, but the petitioners, Barnes specifically, said they didn't want the court to look at that. So we don't have a clear, bright line on officer-created jeopardy from the Supreme Court.
So
and that's a problem.
Then all the constitutional standards that you had just...
As I said, chat, that is an issue. We watch these videos where the cops do create the exigency, so it's really fucked up.
Walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through.
Yes, including Scott v. Harris and other cases, yes.
So is officer created jeopardy or that concept mentioned anywhere in Graham?
No,
What about State versus White?
no,
What about Tennessee versus Garner?
no.
You mentioned that officer created jeopardy is nowhere in the curriculum, you said, for here in the state of Ohio?
That is correct.
So the curriculum here for the state of Ohio doesn't train officers on officer created jeopardy.
I don't know if individual instructors may teach it on their own, but it's not part of the curriculum, no.
So is it a generally accepted police practice?
No, in terms of the within the United States, no.
I want to talk about body-worn camera in general. Are you aware if body-worn cameras have any type of limitations?
Yes, for the last 3 years of my employment with the Akron Police Department, I was a detective assigned to the body-worn camera unit. I reviewed thousands of hours of body-worn camera video, worked on multiple police shootings and murders and felonious assaults. And digital video evidence in general has limitations, but body-worn cameras do specifically.
What are those limitations, sir?
Well, the problem is that the camera is not real life. The camera is a two-dimensional image, meaning depth is oftentimes off, but it's a two-dimensional image based on what the camera captures. Usually the cameras are about 12 to 18 inches below the officer's line of sight. So if the officer turns their head to attend to something on their right, for instance, the camera doesn't see that. The camera may capture something that the officer didn't see based on attentiveness. Also, the cameras recorded, the average in the two Axon body-worn cameras in this case recorded about 30 frames per second, which means that there's one picture taken 30 times a second. It's not continuous. The only thing continuous on a body-worn camera is the audio signal. That's a continuous stream. So depending on the speed or movement, things can be missed. For instance, when you compare BWC video from the officers to the Kroger surveillance video, which was captured at 15 frames per second, there's going to be a difference there. There's going to be one less frame, or half the frames per second that are captured. So there's a variety of different things. Visual acuity at night, the camera captures more than what the human eye does because of the fisheye lens. Things at the outside of the video are oftentimes you'll see a curve to them because of the fisheye, and also it portrays things as being further than what the human eye would actually capture. So there's a variety of different things. And also one of the things when you're dealing with hands-on people, it doesn't capture what you feel. When an officer has hands-on subject and they physically resist, they can feel that, the camera doesn't capture it.
So just because it's captured on body-worn camera doesn't necessarily mean that the officer saw that. Is that correct?
Well, that's absolutely true.
Now, you mentioned you reviewed body-worn camera in this case.
I did, yes.
I just want to highlight a few of the points about the body-worn camera. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen multiple instances of the body-worn cameras. Any doubt in your mind, sir, that based on your review of the body-worn camera, that Connor got hit by that 2008 Lexus?
No, as a matter of fact, I was able to capture both of Officer Grubb's feet off the deck as Ms. Young accelerated into the officer.
Any doubt in your mind that based on your review of the body-worn camera, that Connor's hand was near the center of the hood when he fired that shot?
Near or to the right of, well, it would be, if we're in the vehicle, it would be slightly left of center. Yes.
If I'm looking at the vehicle, though, it's
It would
near the center to the right.
Or to the right, correct.
Did you prepare a slideshow to demonstrate why you have no doubt that these things are occurring within the body-worn camera?
Yes.
And is that based on your body-worn camera review of both Officer Moynihan and Officer Grubb?
Yes, as well as a video workup done by the prosecution's experts.
Permission, Your Honor, to publish the slideshow that Mr. Davis prepared?
You may. Oh, note your objection.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Sir, I think you have a pointer up there. Hopefully you can click. That one's the laser. If you click the arrow, though, you can walk us through this slideshow and what you analyzed.
We'll try. I know technology.
If you need me to click, then I will be happy to click and assist for you.
Okay, what I've done with these images is working with advanced software called Axon Investigate. I was able to create what's called a subclip. In other words, this is Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera. This is a small section of that digital video evidence, and I have cropped in to an area at the left front or driver's side front of the vehicle. So we'll be able to see Officer Grubb's foot placement as the vehicle accelerates.
Okay, you can't see his foot placement here though, right?
No, and once again, as the here we can see beginning to see, well, it's awful light right there. We can see the officer's right foot, and you'll notice that the toe of his boot is bent, meaning that it's in impact with the asphalt of the parking area.
Okay.
Once again, as Sergeant Moynihan moves, we're going to be able to see a little bit more. Unfortunately, his arm will preclude seeing some of Officer Grubb's torso or upper torso.
But you can see the foot here.
Once again, the toe is flexed as the boot is in contact with the ground
Okay.
or the pavement. Once again, we can see placement. The officer is, if we're in the vehicle, it's to the right or to the left of center of on the driver's side.
And his hand is near the center, at least, of the hood of that car.
Yes, we can't see the hand from this angle, but yes.
What do you see here, sir?
Once again, Ms. Young is kind of torqued to her right behind the wheel, and we can see the wheel is turned to the right, but the officer is still.
I
within the
agree. I
path of the
can't see
vehicle
shit.
As Ms. Young is accelerating towards Officer Grubb.
Is there contact between the car and Officer Grubb in that picture, sir?
I believe we can see this area here where the hood is making contact. It would be below the vest, around the belt level or lower. So some from waist to thigh contact.
What about his knees and his shin? Would those be a point of contact here as well?
With the design of the vehicle, the bumper would protrude out from the front of the vehicle more than the grille would. So yes.
Thank you.
And here we can see a slide. If you'll notice that Officer Grubb's right foot is beginning to slide along the pavement as Ms. Young is accelerating into him. This is not a step back by the officer. This is a slide motion.
What do you see here?
Here we begin to see the officer's right foot is now off the deck. In other words, the toe, you don't see the boot in contact with the ground. There's no flex of the foot at this point. So his right foot is now off the ground or off the asphalt. Once again, as Sergeant Moynihan moves, the camera moves a little bit, so we see less of the foot, but it hasn't changed. Same thing here, we're seeing break, but this is when Sergeant Moynihan is attempting to break the driver's side window with the base of his folding knife. And you also notice that Officer Grubb is in the path in the front of the vehicle.
What about there, sir?
Once again, we can see that, as you see up here on the left of the screen.
Oh my
that the
God, I'm
officer
torquing!
is once again in front of the vehicle, within the path of the vehicle, despite the fact that the wheels are turned to the right.
And is this just on loop?
Loop? No,
Yeah.
this is one image. For that subclip, I took individual frames at 30 frames per second, extracted them, and incorporated them into the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So each one is a new image. Once again, Sergeant Moynihan retracting and striking the driver's side window. Now here,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
originally we saw a slide and the foot come off the deck. Here we can see that the officer's toe is back in contact with the deck. He has moved slightly to his right or to the screen's left, but we're going to see that as she accelerates, Ms. Young accelerates, that both feet will end up off the deck.
Can you show us where both feet end up off the ground, Mr.
Certainly.
Davis?
This is the right foot off the deck. And the left foot off the deck. You can see the heel. And with the angle of the hips of Officer Grubb's hips here, that unless he's got a very long left leg, his foot has to be off the deck. So we can see the heel off the pavement as well as the right foot completely off.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Did you analyze any type of human factors in this use of force?
Yes, in every situation, in every use of force, there is what we call human factors, which was the human, in this case, Officer Grubb, in the environment. And human factors can pertain to witnesses as well as the subjects involved, but the factors as they engage in their environment and the totality of the circumstances.
What type of human factors do you mean?
Well, one of the things we look at oftentimes in the use of force is action response. In other words, a subject acts, an officer has to respond. And because of that, there is a delay in the decision-making. An officer has to perceive that, first of all, has to download a response mentally and then physically move. So the reaction time is a pure mental process, but movement time, for instance, is the time from the beginning to the end of the movement, raising a pistol up, for instance. So we put those all together and we come up with response time. And a subject doesn't have any type of response time.
Yes, chat. The deck is the floor. So that's why I say hit the deck, or the Marines. the floor is always called a deck, a wall is a bulkhead. For some reason, that's something that kind of like bled over from, Marine influence into policing. They'll say the floor, they'll call it a lot of cops will call a floor the deck. And it's really fucking weird, but they do it. And it's something I've always noticed. They refer to it as a deck, and I'm like, now there are, like, especially if I know the cop is a Marine, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then there's ones where, like, I know they're not a Marine, and I'm like, that makes no sense to me, but whatever. Whatever. He's like, just listen to me, people! He's getting all red, too.
Just acting. But an officer has to make a decision based on their perceptions. And there's going to be a delay there. If you have a prime decision maker, in other words, the officer is attentive and well-trained, et cetera, for anywhere from a half a second to 0.8 of a second at a time, depending on the complexity of the move, depending on the officer.
I understand why Marines call it a deck and why they call a wall a bulkhead. I don't understand why a civilian cop calls it the deck. That makes no sense to me. That's my point. I understand why the Marines do it. I don't understand why cops do it.
There's lack of attention. That can be up over 2 seconds, depending on the circumstances.
What human factors, if any, could have been at play here on August 24th, 2023?
Oh, a variety of different things. Action response time, because Officer Grubb had to perceive the threat that Ms. Young posed, download a mental response, and then fire the shot, as well as moving to try to evade being run over. The other part could be the mental aspects, things like attentional narrowing. When you're involved in something, I'm sure, to give you an analogy, you're driving in downtown Columbus and a car drives across in front of you and you slam on the brakes. You don't care about the pedestrian over here or anything going on. You focused on not colliding with the car or something like that. So it's called perceptual narrowing, or tunnel vision is a common name for it. That our brain still perceives this stuff. We just don't find it, and we need to attend to it. So we focus in. We could get auditory exclusion or occlusion, which is tunnel hearing. I've been involved in shootings, for instance, in which even though the gunfire is really loud, it didn't sound that loud at the moment because you're so focused in. The body prepares for conflict by secreting powerful hormones, which develop this thing called the sympathetic nervous system reaction, or ladies and gentlemen, the jury probably know is fight or flight. And that happens, heart rate increases, blood flow changes, all these things. As tension goes up, you have a SNS experience. So that could be part of it. There's a variety of different things, lighting, distance, timing, all those things.
What about policies? Did you review any policies here in this case?
Yes, the Blendon Township policy and procedure on use of force.
Does a violation of policy, hypothetically speaking, if we had a violation of policy, does that make a use of force unreasonable?
Not in terms of the law, because policy does not bind like law. Policy from an agency is a guideline. If an officer violates policy, it could be everything on, one time I parked in the wrong spot and I got 4 hours from internal discipline. That was violation of a policy. Violations of policy can include or end up with discipline up to including termination. So yes, the policy, an officer could even eventually be fired depending on the severity of the violation, but it's not a violation of law. We have court precedent, Smith versus Freeland in Ohio, or in this district, which says that it doesn't matter whether the officer can be disciplined by the local police force. It matters whether they violated the Constitution.
Now, did you find if there were any violations of policies here with respect to Connor Grubb and his use of force on August 24th, 2023?
No, not that I found.
Did you review a report by a man by the name of Seth Stoughton?
Yes, I did.
And what's your opinion regarding his report?
Professor Stoughton, I was struck by the fact that he cites himself 15 times in his report, and cites Graham v. Connor and Tennessee v. Garner, the legal standards, maybe a couple times.
Oh, when you're citing yourself, that's not good, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Stoughton again? Yep. He's back at this trial. I think he's the rebuttal witness from the way it's organized. I think he's the rebuttal witness. But yeah, he cites himself all the time. That's fucking awful. Yes. It's like what song is that? Shots. Oh, the Mia Khalifa song. Shots fired. Oh no, chat. Oh no. He'd be snarky as fuck. It's an old man. He don't care.
Up to 7 times, but he cites his previous writings and his book 15 times. And that is not generally accepted police practices or standards in the state of Ohio.
Have you read his book, Evaluating Police Uses of Force?
I have, yes.
Is anything in here, in this book, Evaluating Police Uses of Force, in the OPATA curriculum?
No, I've never seen any citation or reference in the curriculum to Professor Stoughton's book.
What about generally accepted police practices? Are these generally accepted police practices anything in this book?
It could be. For instance, he does refer to Graham v. Connor, Tennessee versus Garner. However, Professor Stoughton refers to those as what he calls the constitutional floor. In other words, he believes and writes in his book and in other papers that he cites in his opinion that agencies can exceed the constitutional level, and they can in policy. Agencies can require the policy to be more strict than the law. States can require that. For instance, Virginia, California, Washington State all have passed state laws that restrict officers' use of force more than the law allows. But in Ohio, you will not see Graham v. Connor, Tennessee versus Garner referred to as in the curriculum for police officers as the constitutional floor. That is the foundation for police use of force. And of course, we have State of Ohio v. White to help flesh that out.
You mentioned earlier another Supreme Court case, and I apologize because I forgot to write that one down. But you mentioned Scott versus Harris. What does Scott versus Harris tell us about generally accepted police practices?
Well, there's a lot in Scott v. Harris that applies in this case. For instance, it was a traffic case. Georgia police officer attempted to traffic stop a speeder, and the subject ran at high speed, and eventually the officer, because of the threat that the subject posed to pedestrians and other citizens, the officer made intentional contact of his vehicle with the subject vehicle, which caused the vehicle to crash. This was a case since Graham v. Connor and Tennessee versus Garner that applied, once again, the Fourth Amendment reasonableness test to that seizure, that intentional impact with the subject vehicle. But Justice Scalia wrote the opinion for the majority of the court, and he said we are loath or not willing to restrict officers or to lay down a rule where officers aren't allowed to attempt to stop somebody just because they engage in reckless driving, reckless speeding, or et cetera.
Now, in consideration of everything that you and I just discussed, Mr. Davis, for the last hour and 5 minutes, what's your opinion about whether Connor's use of force is reasonable to a degree of professional certainty?
I believe, based on my review of the materials, including digital video evidence, Officer Grubb's report, Sergeant Monahan's report, physical evidence, et cetera, that the use of deadly force was, though tragic, was within the law and within the Blendon Township policy and within generally accepted police standards and practices in Ohio.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I have no further questions for you right now. I'm sure Mr. Brandt will have some questions for you, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to...
No, that's a fucking expert, chat. That's an expert. So there you go. Take the mid-morning break. How long do they take of a break? They got a nice little break in here. Here we go. So the prosecution's now cross-examining. So here we go. Yes, it's C, not censorship. Okay, well. He's made his whole career testifying against police at trial. Well, no, it sounds like he testifies for police too, though. I mean, but he's pointed out, like, I've gone up against cops who have broken the law, and I testify against them. But I also testify against cops who I don't think broke the law. It's not really that, like, ridiculous here. Did Carr file a Frank's motion? No. Lucky Lime says, so he doesn't take cases that suck. That's how good experts do that. They pick and choose. So they don't like to lose. It looks bad. Kim Potter. Yes, you couldn't remember the taser lady's name. Yes. Yes, guys, that's where we are. So. Aaron says, I've lived in Minnesota and Canada. I choose Minnesota. It's a little better. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You betcha. He testifies for whoever pays. That's how it works. Those are the best who get paid by everybody. Yeah, because he has a reputation to defend. That's got to be one hell of an accent. Aaron says, OMG, I hope I don't sound like that. Don't you know? You betcha there. Did I talk about the neighborhood takeover yet? Nope, Bill, I did not get to that yet. I saw some video on that. Holy shit, it looks insane, yes. We just do a bit of tubing. Just a bit of tubing down the Apple River. Go to the beer barn. That's okay, Aaron. I'm just messing with you. Anyways, let's keep going. Think about it. Even funnier if Aaron sounded like this. That would be hilarious. Or Nick. That'd be even funnier. Is Pross going to be mostly reading? Yep. This is what it's going to be. This guy's about to get fucking embarrassed by the expert. Here we go. I can feel it. Rake them all. Yes, Mark Kelly might be screwed. Yes, when you were a military officer, even when you're retired, you're never out. We'll get to that. My Minnesota accent sounding suspiciously Irish. I don't have a good Irish accent, so I'm a little confused. Let's keep going, though.
Morning, Mr. Davis.
Morning.
I want to start off, if we may, I guess where the defense started off, and that's talking a little bit about your background and qualifications.
Okay.
You heard quite a bit about your law enforcement experience and training. But I want to ask you, sir, during your years with either, as I understand it, City of Akron or the Summit County Sheriff's Office, did you have any specialized training in the field of accident or crash reconstruction?
Other than basic academy and whatever in-service training, other than that, no advanced training.
Are you familiar with the organization known as ACTAR? And that's obviously an abbreviation, but the Accreditation Commission for the Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
I am not, no.
Safe to assume then you're not ACTAR accredited.
I am not, no.
Can you share with us, do you have, outside of your training in law enforcement, a degree in the area of biomechanics?
I do not know.
Do you have a degree in the area of human performance?
I do not know.
I take it you're not an attorney.
I am not, no.
And sometimes people go to law school and they choose not to be an attorney. Okay? Sometimes for good reason.
Sometimes.
You didn't go to law school.
I did not know.
Fair enough. You were also asked about your fees, sir, and I want to ask you a little bit about that. You mentioned that you were retained by defense counsel in this case. Is that right?
I have been, yes.
And you have a retainer fee of, I believe it was $3,500.
That is correct. With an oral opinion, if offered of another 500, that would be 4,000 if an oral opinion is given.
Okay. Now, do you charge an hourly rate on top of that?
I do, yes.
And how much is your hourly rate?
That is $300 per hour.
And how many hours, sir, do you think you've worked on this particular case?
Up until this morning, yesterday and this morning in prep, probably 35 hours.
Do you have an additional fee, sir, as it relates to in-court testimony?
Yes.
And what is that?
$2,500.
And you also get reimbursed for travel expenses, hotel, meals, things of that nature.
Let's hope.
I want to talk a little bit, Mr. Davis, about your opinions, regarding the Graham factors. And at least start off talking about one of the Graham factors, and that was severity of the crime. Do you remember talking about that, ladies and gentlemen?
I do, yes.
And was your opinion, I believe that Ms. Young in this particular case had committed a couple of felonies?
At the time of the seizure, at the time of the use of force, yes.
One of those which you opined that she created or that she committed was the offensive felonious assault. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me, here in Ohio, there are essentially two ways to commit felonious assault. Is that correct?
Yes.
One way, and I guess I'll call it the first way, to commit felonious assault is to knowingly cause serious physical harm to another individual.
That's correct.
And in that particular crime, serious physical harm actually must be caused. Is that right?
As part of the definition, that's along with the part two that you're talking about. But yes, actually physically causing serious bodily harm. Yes.
Well, that's an element of the offense. Would you agree?
Yes, along with the other section. Correct.
And I'm only talking about this single section, just so there's no confusion.
Correct.
Felonious assault, serious physical harm to knowingly cause serious physical harm to another person.
Correct.
And in that crime, serious physical harm is a required element. In other words, it has to be proven, or there is no felonious assault under that section.
No, that's not true. It's cause or attempt to cause.
I'm not talking about the second section, sir. We'll get to that in a moment.
But that's in the same definition.
It's not. Would you disagree with me if I told you it was not?
I could read from my report.
And one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, here we go. He's going to embarrass him with more work.
I'm referring to page 13 of your report, sir, just so we're on the same page here. See that?
Yes,
Okay.
2 sections, correct.
And I'm looking at the bottom of page 13 where it says Ohio Revised Code, section 2903.11, felonious assault. And there are 2 sections or 2 ways to commit the crime of felonious assault. Is that right?
As I agreed to, yes.
Number 1, under A1, is no person shall knowingly do either of the following. First, you can commit felonious assault by causing serious physical harm to another or another's unborn.
That's part of the definition, correct.
Well, that's the only definition to A1, correct?
But A2 is attempt to cause physical harm,
That's a separate crime.
but a crime of felonious assault.
Okay, I want to talk about A1.
Oh,
Let's not
okay.
get confusing, okay? We're going to talk about A1 and then we'll talk about A2.
Okay.
Okay. A1, the crime of felonious assault, cause serious physical harm to another person. Causing serious physical harm is an essential element of that crime, is it not?
Of A1, yes.
And without actual serious physical harm being caused, there is no violation of A1. Would you agree with that?
No, not of A1, correct.
And you would agree in this particular case that the defendant, Officer Grubb, did not suffer serious physical harm, correct?
That is correct.
You don't have to suffer
So
harm.
we don't have any violation of A1. Would you be in agreement with that?
That is correct.
Now let's talk about A2. Felonious assault under A2 talks about causing or attempting to cause physical harm to another by means of a deadly weapon. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
And under this particular section, where this method of committing felonious assault, the person would have to knowingly attempt to cause physical harm by means of a deadly weapon. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I want to, if we can, may we move to the computer? It's going to be State's Exhibit 3. It's the defendant's body-worn camera, a portion thereof. You reviewed the body-worn camera in this case, have you not?
I have, yes.
In fact, you used it as the basis, at least part of the basis.
Part of the basis, yes.
I want to show you a clip of Officer Grubb's body-worn camera. We can play that.
Then get out. No, then get out. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
You would agree with me, Mr. Davis. Actually, let's go back and I want to look at that and let me ask you to pay close attention to Miss Young and the positioning of her hands, okay, within the vehicle.
Then get out. No, then get out. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
You would agree with me, Mr. Davis, would you not, that before the vehicle ever makes contact with the defendant, the body-worn camera clearly shows Miss Young physically turning her steering wheel to the right?
That's correct. As I
To the right,
earlier,
to the right.
In fact,
Everything you own in a
before-
box to the right.
Officer Grubb's weapon even comes into view. We can see her turning with her hands the steering wheel all the way to the right.
I don't know if it was all the way to the right, but to the right, yes.
I want to talk about aggravated robbery as well, because you mentioned that as a potential felony that I guess Miss Young was committing, in your opinion. Is that right?
That is correct.
And with it, as it relates to aggravated robbery requires that someone in attempting, committing the theft offense, or fleeing immediately thereafter inflicts or attempts to inflict serious physical harm on another. Do you agree with that?
That is correct.
So if we break this down, I think you would agree, based on your prior answers, that the actual infliction of serious physical harm did not occur in this case.
That is correct.
So we're left with the attempt, correct?
That is correct.
The attempt to inflict serious physical harm on another, in this case the defendant, would have to be shown. Is that right?
Yes.
And it would have to be proven that Ms. Young specifically attempted to inflict serious physical harm on the defendant, Officer Grubb.
By way of her actions, yes.
And you've already agreed that before her car even starts moving, she's turning that steering wheel all the way to the right.
No, I didn't say all the way to the right. I said turn to the right. I don't know to what extent.
Okay. Well, we do know because we saw the video. It's not just a minor turn, is it?
Well, I don't know how much the wheel turns. I didn't operate the vehicle. I can't testify that it was all the way to the right.
Can you testify that it was hand over hand turning of the steering wheel?
It was certainly turning to the right, correct?
And not only do we see the steering wheel turning, we see the torque of the wheels go to the right in some of even the still images that you shared with us. Is that right?
Yes, the wheels are turned to the right, correct?
I want to talk to you about page 15 of your report, Mr. Davis, and that is a table regarding law enforcement officers being feloniously killed.
Yes, correct.
Now, we've heard a lot of talk during the course of the trial about what the #1 cause of death of police officers here in the United States is. So I want to ask you a little bit about your chart. You talked a little bit about it indirect. First, can you tell us where is this chart derived from?
This comes from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, something called LEOCA, Law Enforcement Officers Killed and Assaulted Study. It's a study that's done every year by the FBI and published.
Can we have the computer, please? Thank you. Now, it talks about a time frame. It said law enforcement officers feloniously killed, type of weapon, 2014 to 2023. You see that?
I do, yes.
That's a 10-year time frame.
Yes.
And then underneath that, it talks about types of weapons, number of victim officers. On the line where we see number of victim officers, we see a total of 549 officers. Is that right?
That's correct for the 10-year total.
For the 10-year total.
Correct.
That breaks it down by year thereafter.
Correct.
And I'm going to be looking at just the total column
Okay.
right now for my questions, just so you're aware. Okay.
All right.
So 549, I'm assuming that relates to the total number of police officers feloniously killed in that 10-year period.
That is correct, yes.
Now, underneath that, we see total firearms. Is that right?
Yes, FBI stats chat.
That is correct, yes.
And the number 480.
Yes.
So that 480 is the total number out of that 549 of officers that were unfortunately killed by firearm.
Yes, that's the leading cause of death of officers.
And then we can see underneath total firearms, it breaks it down what I'll call individually, for lack of a better way to explain it, as handgun, rifle, shotgun, etc.
Correct.
And we even have some numbers there toward the bottom under total firearms of types of firearms. Not, I guess the type of firearm wasn't reported, whether it was a shotgun versus a handgun, rifle, that type of thing.
Correct.
And that number is 87 for the record.
Yes.
I want to go down a little further, and we can see where it says vehicle. Total officers killed by vehicle is 47. Is that right?
In that 10-year period, that is correct.
Now, you would agree 47 is less than 480. I don't mean to sound facetious, but
Under the circumstances, one is too many, I think you agree, but yes.
absolutely. In fact, 480, the number of times an officer has been killed by a firearm is over 10 times the number of times an officer was killed by a vehicle during this 10-year period. Do you agree with that?
That is correct.
So if witnesses throughout the course of this trial were told that the leading cause of death of officers here in the United States was a motor vehicle, that would not be true.
No, primarily during the 10 years and past years, it's firearms, but primarily handguns, as we can see, are the biggest firearm used against law enforcement officers.
Now, you've testified in other states, is that right?
I have, yes.
You told the ladies and gentlemen that you now make your living, that you're retired as an expert witness consultant, that type of thing.
I wouldn't say I make my living, but I run a business where I consult and offer testimony, yes.
And you're paid for it.
I am. I don't know whether I make a living out of it, but I am paid, yes.
$300 an hour is not bad. Do you agree with that?
It's not like an attorney where you have constant clients, counselor.
You've never worked as a police officer in any state other than Ohio. Is that fair to say?
No, just in Ohio.
Albeit you've not worked outside of Ohio as a law enforcement officer, you've gone to other states other than Ohio to testify as a use of force expert.
Testify and to train officers, yes.
You've testified in a number of police officer shooting cases. I think you've told us that on your direct testimony. Is that right?
I have, yes.
And you've written probably even more reports on cases than you've testified.
Yes.
And in those reports, you state your opinions and the reasoning behind those opinions.
Yes.
Every case is different. Would you agree with that?
Every case is different, yes.
Each case involves different facts, different circumstances.
That's correct. Same legal standards, but yes.
You issued, I believe, 3 reports in this case. Does that sound right? You have an original report dated July 30th of this year, 2025, which the state received following day on August 1st. And then there were some, I guess, corrections made to a report.
Typos, yes.
And that was issued sometime around November 11th. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe that's the correct date.
And then there was a 3rd report what I'll call a third report with some additional, I guess, corrections made that was issued just over this past weekend.
That's correct, typos.
And I want to understand, and we have a slide, we have the computer, as it relates to, and I want to talk about page 66 of your report, if you have it in front of you. If not, I have it up here on the screen.
Okay.
On the left is the November report, the July report, and the November 11th and the November, those two first reports. But I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same typos. On the right-hand side,
300
is
an
the one that
hour.
you just issued this weekend. Would you agree with that?
Correct. That was a correction to typos in the report on the left.
In the names.
Correct.
Okay. So for instance, and I've highlighted these just for the record. For instance, on the left in that paragraph, we have the wrong officer's name, albeit Officer Anderson, and the wrong, I guess, victim or individual that maybe was shot, Lewis,
That's correct.
and then Officer Anderson's name again. And now you've corrected that to be Officer Grubb, and Young, referring to Miss Young, and then Officer Grubb again. Is that right?
Yes.
The rest of that wording in that paragraph essentially looks to be exactly the same. Would you agree with that?
Well, it's written for Officer Grubb's case. I can't recall, what proof positive that AI didn't write my reports, that there is human error and typos, et cetera. So I can't recall what that was about, but I did catch it prior to trial.
Essentially a cut and paste error.
No, I don't believe that's accurate. The one on the left is for this case. It was just the wrong names were included.
Well, the one on the left talks about Officer Anderson, but you're saying that was for this case. You just typed in the wrong name?
I can't recall, Counselor.
Are there portions of your report that contain the same language that you've used in other reports?
Primarily, it's citations to the legal standards, but I think that is pretty much industry standard with all experts, yes.
You can take that down. As part of your analysis in this case, Mr. Davis, you indicated that you looked at the Blendon Township police policies. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
You have the yellow. I'm going to look at, for the record, page 72 of your report, sir. Referring you specifically to the section that talks about 300.4.1 entitled moving vehicles. Do you see that section?
I do, yes.
And that's part of Blendon Township's written policies, is it not?
Yes, they're guidelines for their officers, correct.
Where it says shots fired at or from a moving vehicle involve additional considerations and risks and are rarely effective. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
And this policy specifically tells an officer that they should take reasonable steps to move out of the path of an approaching vehicle instead of discharging their firearm. Would you agree with that?
When feasible, yes.
When feasible.
Correct.
And it additionally states the officer should only discharge their firearm at a moving vehicle when the officer reasonably believes there are no other reasonable means available to avert the imminent threat of the vehicle. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
Now, police policies are not case law, correct?
They're not legal standards, correct.
But they are put into place for a purpose.
There are guidelines to inform and guide officers on the street, yes.
They're put in place to protect the officer. Would you agree with that?
Both the officer and the public, yes.
And officers are expected to follow the department's guidelines, are they not?
There's a ton of different guidelines and policies for most agencies, and they usually rank them. Use of force would be at the top in terms of criticality, but other things like where you're supposed to park are not so critical. So there's a ton of different guidelines and policies.
Where you're supposed to park your vehicle is not critical, but when you shoot at someone is pretty critical. Would you agree with
That is correct.
I want to move on to your report, and I think it's somewhere around page 20 of your report, just for your reference. And beginning on page 20 of your report, you make a point of quoting the defendant's written statement that was provided to investigators in this case. And then I believe you go through various video segments or screenshots from videos and attempt, according to what you state in your report, you attempt to quote unquote confirm essentially the words that were used in the defendant's written statement, or did it happen how he said it happened?
To develop totality of the circumstances to make a determination on whether I believe that the use of force was reasonable or not. Yes.
And on page 20 to 21,
He is well, as a cop, that's not uncommon. They would address you as counselor, especially like older cops. It's not in a way it might be insulting, but he also probably doesn't remember this guy's fucking name, so he's just counselor. It's not uncommon. I've had cops address me as that before too. And I don't think they're acting like dicks. So
one of your report, you actually quote a portion of the defendant's written statement. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
And you're quoting on those pages of your report a section of the defendant's statement from page 3 of his written statement. Would you agree with that? I can give you a copy of that if it would help you.
It would help. Thank you.
May I approach, Judge?
Okay.
I'm going to show you, Mr. Davis would have been more previously stated in 66.
Okay.
Copy of the defendant's written statement, or typewritten statement, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I was asking you about the portion that you quoted on page 20 and 21. And I believe that comes from excerpts from page 3 of his statement.
Starting on page 2.
And your quote ends with wording from, what would you say, page 4?
Yes, page 4, correct.
And you took those words, albeit from page 2 to 4, that the defendant put in his statement, and you went and you reviewed the video, correct?
I reviewed the entirety of his statement as well as reviewing the video, yes.
Well, there were portions of his statement that you didn't put in your pages 20, 21, or 21.
I'm sure there is. It's a 6-page total statement. I didn't include all of that.
Well, I want to talk about a portion that you didn't provide, okay? At least that you didn't put in your report, all right? And that's going to be a section from page 5.
Go ahead, sir.
Would you agree with me, from what you've looked at, you didn't put any portion quoted in your report from page 5 of the statement?
Not in this section that I can see now.
I want to retrieve that from you. You have the Elmo, please. And the section I'm referring to, Mr. Davis, is the sentence starting at the time I fired my weapon. At the time I fired my weapon, I was in fear for my life.
I'm sorry. Let me try to find that. Okay, at the beginning, at the top of the page. Go ahead, sir.
At the time I fired my weapon, I was in fear for my life as the suspect had just struck me, with her vehicle. My feet were no longer on the ground, and the top half of my body was on the hood of her car. You see that?
I do, yes.
Now would that be an important statement for you?
Yeah, it coincides with the body-worn camera videos, yes.
With his top half of his body being on the hood of her car?
His feet off the pavement and his torso over the vehicle, yes.
His top half of his body on the hood of her car. Did you see that in your video analysis?
I don't know that I saw that specific thing. I took that to mean that over the vehicle or over the hood of the vehicle, yes.
You were interpreting the defendant's words for him?
No, that's what I took that to mean. I can only interpret what I'm based on my opinion, yes.
So why didn't you interpret it to mean exactly what it says, that his top half of his body was on the hood of the car?
It doesn't say lying on top of the hood of the car.
Oh, okay. Now, you reviewed a number of items of discovery regarding this case, is that right?
I did, yes.
And obviously the video was an important part.
Video is plural, yes.
And the defendant's written statement was an important part.
That's correct, yes.
Anytime a defendant, officer in this type of case, gives a description as to what he alleges happened to cause him to discharge his weapon, that's an important statement.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was your intention to compare what he said in his statements to what you saw in the videos.
Yes, to develop totality of the circumstances at the moment that he used force, yes.
Now, I never saw in your report is 70 plus pages, is that right?
I think it's actually 89 pages. Oh, I'm sorry, more than that, 91.
In those 91 pages, I did not see any reference to a statement that the defendant made to Westerville Fire Department medics. Did you include that in your report?
No.
A statement, just so I'm clear, a statement that the defendant made to Westerville medics, telling the medics what had happened as the car allegedly hit him and caused him to discharge his weapon. You did not put that in your report.
I did not know.
Any particular reason?
based on his statement and the body worn cameras, my focus was on the use of force, not articulation afterwards in terms of third parties or what have you.
I don't know what that means. Help me understand what you just said. I thought you were telling us earlier that it would be very important for you to know what statements the defendant made to someone describing the events that caused him to discharge his weapon.
Well, certainly his statement is his version of events that justify his use of force, or as he is attempting to articulate his use of force. That is looked at versus statements to third parties. There was no focus on that in my investigation. I focused on the moment that force was used.
You're aware that the defendant was taken away from the Kroger scene in a sheriff's cruiser, are you not? Scene at Kroger, I should say.
Taken away from the scene, yes, officers usually transported away from the scene,
And
correct?
he was driven back to the Blendon Township Police Department.
Yes,
And once he was back at the police department, there were some Westerville medics that were asked to essentially evaluate him for any potential injuries. You're aware of that?
yes, I'm aware of that.
And you're aware in the course of his contact with those medics that he did make a statement telling them what had occurred.
I remember seeing that in Discovery, but it was not the focus of my investigation.
Well, let me ask you, are you aware that he told medic Nick Atkins that when the vehicle struck him, he was thrown off of the hood and onto the ground?
I don't know that that is not in keeping. He was certainly propelled off the vehicle. So I don't know the specifics. I would let his statement stand for itself in terms of what he felt at the moment that force was used.
Okay, well, let's break it down because that wasn't exactly my question. My question was, were you aware that the defendant made the statement to medic Atkins that he was thrown off of the hood of Ms. Young's car and onto the ground? Were you aware that he made that statement?
As part of Discovery, I was afforded that statement, yes.
And you chose not to put that in your report?
That's correct.
We just got done talking a little bit earlier about, on page 20 of your report, when you were taking excerpts from the defendant's written statement and quoting them in your report. You remember that?
Yes, his official written statement of what he stated transpired, yes.
And you were comparing what he stated transpired with what you saw actually happen on the video, correct?
That's correct.
That's part of your analysis.
That is correct.
What you're getting paid to do.
That is correct.
You're not telling the ladies and gentlemen that Nick Atkins is lying, are you?
I don't know what, if or what what's his name?
Medic.
The medic, what the medic testified to. I'm not aware of that.
Well, he testified to the statement. You're not saying that that's untrue, that the defendant made that statement to him, are you?
Once again, I'm not aware as to what he testified to.
Nowhere in the video analysis that you performed in this case, Mr. Davis, did you ever see the defendant be thrown off of the hood of the car onto the ground? Would you agree with that?
It depends on what throw means, counselor. Thrown to the ground, that his torso hit the pavement, that didn't happen. But was he propelled off the front of the vehicle and recovered at the side of the vehicle? Yes, that happened.
And see, that's all you have to say. Remember, the prosecutors don't want it to be some sort of big theatrical thing. No, it doesn't take much. And also, the one thing I'm surprised he didn't bring up, being on the side of the car, you can get sucked into the wheel well when a car is moving. So even being next to the car, like being parallel to the wheels, that's a dangerous spot too. If you're near the wheel, you could be sucked into it. So I'm surprised that hasn't really been brought up yet, but that's a very dangerous point. So even though he might be off to the side, he's still in a very dangerous area. Not only for the front tire, but the rear tire.
Well, we're playing some word games here, I feel like. I'm just going to go from what he said. He was thrown off of the hood onto the ground. Did you ever see that happen?
Yes, he landed on the ground, counselor.
He did.
He landed on the ground, yes.
You're telling the ladies and gentlemen that this defendant was thrown off of the hood and landed on the ground.
Yes, feet. It's in the video.
His feet.
Yes, he landed on the ground. Where did he end up? On the ground. When I'm standing up, I'm on the ground. Now, he landed like on all fours. That's still landing on the ground. This is just obnoxious.
Well, I'm sorry, that's landed on the ground. He didn't land on something else. He landed on the asphalt of the parking lot, counselor.
So you, again, are interpreting the words thrown off of the hood and onto the ground to mean that I ended on my feet.
I don't think it was that motion, counselor, but we can watch the video and see Officer Grubb propelled off the front of the vehicle and recover his footing on the side of the vehicle.
You would agree with me, Mr. Davis, would you not, that if the information the defendant gives as to the events that led him to fire his weapon is determined not to be true, that could affect the reasonableness of any perceived threat?
I don't see any, he landed on the ground. That's all I can say.
That's not my question. My question to you is if the information that this defendant gives as to the facts that led him, the events that transpired that led him to fire his weapon are not true, that could affect the reasonableness of a perceived threat.
If that's found in the case, yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit, you talked a little bit about positioning, cover, contact and cover. Remember that?
Yes,
And you talked about the position that the defendant took at the front of the vehicle, correct?
correct.
And you talked about other areas where he maybe could have stood, but I guess in your opinion wasn't the tactical sound idea.
Well, they're subjective. So he could have stood in other areas, but the question was, when he stood in front of the vehicle, was that tactically sound? And based on the circumstances, yes.
And you mentioned specifically that he could have stood in the back of the vehicle. You remember saying that?
No, I said that, the problem with that is limited visibility in terms of seeing the occupants. Obviously, you're behind the seats, you're behind the driver.
And you talked about the reason he may not be able to see is because of the window tint, remember?
That's a possibility.
Now, you didn't measure the window tint of this Lexus, did you?
No, I did not.
Have you ever even physically seen the Lexus in person?
No, I have not.
You don't know what, if any, tint may even be present on that back window. Is that fair to say?
No, other than watching the video.
You also said that he could have stood next to Sergeant Willoughby.
I believe the question was that a possibility? And the answer is yes, he could have stood in a variety of different positions around the vehicle.
One of the factors an officer should consider in terms of where they're going to stand is whether they're going to be in crossfire. You mentioned that.
That is correct.
And that not only includes crossfire with another police officer, but that would include crossfire with innocent civilians, would it not?
It's a tough situation in a parking lot, or in the totality of the circumstances, as in Kroger, because of you had people pretty much 360 degrees around the vehicle.
Well, you watched the video, am I right?
I did, yes.
And you're aware there were people not on the outskirts of the parking lot, but right next to the vehicle, citizens. Did you see that?
On the passenger side, there was a citizen, and to the rear of the vehicle, we know there were citizens, but they were involved with the lockout. There were also, I believe, other persons to the south or to the front of the vehicle in the parking area.
Now you say, but they were involved in a lockout. They still are subject to being shot potentially, are they not?
Oh, yes.
You mentioned, Mr. Davis, about body-worn cameras and talking about them not being, I wrote down the quote, they're not real life. Do you remember that?
It's not the real event. It's
not real life, chat.
What the camera captures.
Pretty
Correct.
fucking real to me, man.
But you used the body-worn cameras in informing your opinions, did you not?
We use all the digital video evidence.
Kroger included.
The surveillance cameras, correct.
I have a moment, Judge. That's all I have. Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
May I inquire?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, I want to start where Mr. Brandt kind of left off. Did you hear him make a comment about wordplay?
Ooh,
Yeah,
wordplay.
well,
That sounds
I'll-
spicy.
Extrapolate, Counselor. Ask a
Do you
different
remember
question.
when he asked you why you included Connor's statement of being thrown off the hood of the car, or his partial body on the hood of the car, those and how they
Yeah,
intermixed?
buddy.
Yes.
Does Connor's words of either being thrown off the car, or having his partial body off the car, change the fact that he was hit by that car?
No.
Does that change whether or not being hit by a car is an imminent threat?
No.
Was the car an imminent threat on August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Yes.
Why is that, sir?
Because of the vehicle had, Ms. Young had accelerated the vehicle into the officer as he was in the front of the vehicle.
Do you remember the question Mr. Brandt asked you about what it was that Connor told the medic?
I do, yes.
If I told you he told every one of the medics that he got struck by the car, is that consistent with perceiving an imminent threat?
Yes.
When medics ask a person questions, they're asking for treatment purposes. You would agree with that, right?
In my experience, yes.
Your purpose isn't to treat Connor, is it?
No,
Your purpose is to analyze whether or not the use of force was in fact reasonable. Is that correct?
that is correct.
The reason why you included his statement is because you prefer his words over a medic's words, right?
They're a direct version of his events as recorded to investigators, yes.
You would agree with me that the report you reviewed by the medic was written by the medic, right?
Yes.
So anything in that statement is coming from a third party. Would you agree with that?
Filtered through a third party, yes.
I want to talk to you about the policies that Mr. Grant talked to you on direct examination. Do you remember the policy? I think it's on page 72 of your report, 300.41.
Okay,
You're at that policy?
I am, yes.
And it says the keywords there are when feasible. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the counselor didn't include that in his question, but when feasible, yes.
And what does it say for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
When feasible, officers should take reasonable steps to move out of the path of an approaching vehicle instead of discharging their firearm at the vehicle or any of its occupants.
Was it feasible here?
No, because of the circumstances, no.
The circumstances of the 1.665 seconds?
The circumstances that Miss Young, created by accelerating her vehicle into the officer, yes.
When you accelerate a vehicle into an officer, is that an imminent threat?
It can be, yes.
Should Connor have just let her run him over?
No, he has he has a responsibility to protect his own life.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Brand, any questions as a result of those?
There ain't nothing you can ask at this point, buddy. You guys just leave this one alone.
Based on your review of the discovery, Mr. Davis, you're aware that Medic Nick Adkins was not at Kroger when this shooting incident occurred, correct?
That is correct.
So any information he documented in his report in terms of statements would have come directly from the defendant, is that right?
If it's an accurate report, yes.
You were asked questions. Can I have the Elmo, please? Thank you. You were asked questions about the Blendon Township policy, and the officer should make every effort to move out of the way when feasible.
I think it's the opposite. When feasible, the officer should make every time.
I want to show you one of your still photos here. This is a still photo from your presentation earlier this morning. Would you agree with that?
That was one of the, yes.
There's nothing behind the defendant to preclude him from taking steps backwards. Would you agree with that?
Nothing behind him?
Yes.
No, nothing behind him.
There's nothing precluding him from taking steps to the right. Would you agree with that?
Well, it's very tough to move laterally when force is applied to you, into you. That makes sense. And the vehicle is moving into him. And at that time, it's very hard to move under those circumstances.
One of the things you talked about is the video doesn't show us the perception of what the officer is feeling.
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't ask any questions about that perception of the officer on cross-examination on the body-worn camera.
Counsel, one approach?
Can't personally tell us. May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Davis, you can't personally tell us what sensation Officer Grubb may have been feeling at that moment. Do you agree with that?
No, I cannot. I can only go from his statements.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Ladies, counsel, one approach?
That didn't do what he thinks it did. That didn't do what he thinks it did there. Oh my God. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I don't think that did what he wanted there, so.
Your Honor.
Just leave whatever's open. You take your water. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the day. If you can be back here tomorrow, again, you guys are just unbelievable, showing up on time and in the perfect spot. If you can be back here at 8:45 tomorrow morning, do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening.
All rise.
And that's it, chat. Anonymous coming in with $5 at the end here, saying he didn't jump backwards like a Mario 64 speedrunner, right? Yes, he just got felted. Yes, he didn't strafe, chat. You know when you're doing it, you got to WSAD, man. You gotta be able to go boop 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 boop. A and D. He didn't backpedal fast enough. No, that's true. That's true. But yes, thank you, Anonymous. So that's day 4 and day 5 of the trial. And then tomorrow is day 6. Could he have double jumped? Actually, Fatty Kitty, he could have done the crouch jump. So he could have got even higher. So that is where we are right now. We have one more day left. And tomorrow we're going to watch what's November 18th. Remember, we're about a week behind right now. So this is going to be a little longer. This is going to be a little longer here. So so let me just check something here, chat. So tomorrow, Mr. Stoughton comes up. You know, the shitty cop from the Kim Potter trial, the guy who's never actually he was only a cop for 20 minutes down in Florida. He is next, and then let me just double check to make sure we got the thing here. Why did he turn on no clip? I know. Yeah, IDDQ. Well, wait. Yeah, IDSPI. Yeah, IDSPI SPOPD. In regular Doom, that's a no clip code. You're like, how do I know that? Because I am retarded. Like I told you, chat, the amount of shit in my head. That is helpful. Versus what's not there, it's good. Let me tell you. Guys. Let me see here. I think there's a hold on here. I think I need to grab okay, I need hold on here. Let me see if because they broke this up. They didn't give us the full day coverage of this in a way that works here. So let me see here, chat. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me see if I can bring this up because I needed to do it to show. Yeah, I think this might be it right here. I think so. I think I got everything I need. Let me. Okay. This doesn't I think they fucked up a little bit here, the channels. So yeah, IDD it's not IFDQD, it's IDDQD, IDKFA, ID clip, ID map. Yep. This is going Jeopardy. Yes. Well, then if you do KFID KFA, that's Doom 2. Yeah, see, I saw this and I didn't even see this and I knew that. Oh. I've been playing U-Boat the whole time. No, I'm not. Thank you, though, for trying. Thank you for trying there, Nick Kreuzer. You fail, sir. You fail. Anawal says, you get a haircut. It's all nice and swoopy. Yeah, I did. And it's all still, my hair's all poofed out. And my hair got all nasty and smoky earlier, too, over the weekend. So it's all... Always find the admin console. Yes. Yes. Well, he certainly had aimbot on. I know. Fucking nerfed, buffed out pistol, man. That wasn't fair to anybody. That wasn't fair to anybody at all. I'm just saying, I think that was not appropriate. Okay, so I think I see how this works here. Let me see here, chat. Okay, so that's the first one. I think this is it, actually. Hold on, I gotta see if this is. Is this the end of it? Okay, so yeah, we just have this, and it looks like the closing arguments tomorrow. Sorry, guys. I'm like trying to fucking navigate through this, and it's all broken up. So yeah, that's it. That's it. Then we get into closing arguments, and then we'll have the verdict to go to. So yeah, the Titanfall 2 smart pistol. Wow, I kind of forgot about that. I forgot about that. That'd be fun. Smokey, did I go on a poker run? No, my buddy had his birthday on Saturday night. We, after he got done going out, we hang out. That's why we didn't do the race. We were singing, we were having a little, sipping a little bourbon and sitting out at the fire. So, they did set them one day and closing the next, I think. Yeah. Yep. But we'll do it all tomorrow. I heard there's fully nude strip clubs in Canada, and the strippers appreciate real dollars. Is day 6 going to be the locals exclusive? No, we're just going to knock it all out, though. So, yes, he had the golden gun. So, all right, chat. I mean, this is it. This is it, really, at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know what they... Everybody says he's justified, except for their experts. It's like, even the guy that was standing right there with Connor Grubb is like, hell yeah, he did the right thing. So, I think it's where we're going to end for tonight. 4 hours in, and I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll wrap it up. Tomorrow. And be done. We'll probably start around the same time, about 7 o'clock. I think that'll be the best way to get that done. And then there's enough time, we'll go over everything else that's going on. And then, yeah, chat, just remember until next time. Thank you guys all for being here. Phil says, did I see Lacey Jane already covered this? No, I was not aware of who she was, but yes, Criminally Confident, I think is her name here on YouTube. Yes, looks like she covered this. But no, I didn't know about her until she popped in here. So coasting didn't save the plank. Well, so no, but I did not see that. So in the meantime, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. And remember, until next time. Oh, hold on here. Dick Croiser, been a member for 19 months. It's nice to have a more straightforward trial every now and then. Yes. Very true. I agree. And this is more of just showing you how bad the state will distort things when they want to. So remember, until next time, chat, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Unless you're stealing medium shelf tequila from a Kroger in Columbus. Don't do that. Then you might be guilty. Good night, chat, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy that Katie yelled at? Why, yes it was, he even knows he's fat. For all this fun and more, there's one place to go. Here on Sean.
No, chat, not tonight. I'm tired. So I'll make it up to you. I promise. We have we have Wednesday, we have Thursday, we have Friday, we have Saturday. We have all Thanksgiving weekend to work on that. I'll make something up to you guys. Big Ukraine update. The Ukrainian army is disintegrating as we speak. So there you go. I will do that, though. I'll square you guys up at some point, I promise.
Martin's potential